As dawn breaks in the land of the rising sun, the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship continues into day 3. It's been a tough test outside of Tokyo, but the fight is far from over. China, Japan, and others all represented at the top and in it till the end. There is so much at stake. 2 major invitations to the Masters and the Open. Life-changing, period. By dusk, one golfer will be 1 inch closer to the peak, to the top of the mountain in the amateur game. The Asia Pacific Golf Confederation, in partnership with the Masters Tournament and the R&A, proudly present the 2024 Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. What is so good about this game, not just what they play for, but where they play this week in the shadow of one of Japan's sacred mountains, Mount Fuji. We're trying to get back on schedule here after weather delays on Friday, finishing up round 2 and beginning the 3rd here on this Saturday. Been battling some fog and rain. It is warm. Rain certainly not a factor. The golf course saturated and soft. Thursday night into Friday, almost 4 inches of rain, a little bit more on top of that this morning. And we're in it yet again. Taiheiyo Club, of world renown, having hosted one of the premier professional events in Asia since 1977. Taiheiyo Masters, Sevi, and Hideki Matsuyama among those who've won it. Tiger played the World Cup here in 2001. Rich Lerner pleased to be alongside Frank Nobilo, member of the New Zealand Golf Hall of Fame, 15 times a winner around the world. Former U.S. amateur champion Colt Knost is on the course with Australian professional Paul Gow, and Amanda has the interviews and feature stories, and we'll take you out now to the 17th tee, and this is one of the front runners, Randy Bintang from Indonesia.
Just 163 yards across the water, and no issues, but it's going to be a tough little bunker shot coming now for the 20-year-old. Hails from Indonesia.
And from your home country, this guy who's made a nice move today, Cooper Moore, New Zealand.
Just 16 years of age, from Clearwater. It's in Christchurch, the South Island. New Zealand's still trying to get its first winner in this championship. Might very well be the 16-year-old.
Now Wang Ngai Shen from Hong Kong.
Coming off a very nice par at 16. This on a similar line.
Everything is soft out there. 4 inches of rain came Thursday night into Friday. Another 10th last night.
So Randy Bintang shooting 65. By the way, he came out of the AAC Academy, sort of a training camp for the developing golf countries. We talked about the delays, 6.5 hours. So Bintang never got out of the locker room yesterday, didn't tee it up in his second round. Been an excellent performance by the Japanese contingent, 10 strong, and it is Rintaro Nakano who is out front at the moment. 11 players have completed round number 2, so we got it back underway very early this morning. It has been a long slog for these players, Frank.
It is, Rich, and I think the next day and a half it'll still be the same, but there's a golden ticket as Moore has a par putt here at 9. 2 very good opening rounds for the young New Zealander, the youngest of their 4-man squad.
67 to get right back into it.
Love the respect, don't you? Hat off, handshakes.
The way it should be done. 17. This is Bintang.
No green to work with. Got to put a lot of spin on it.
Oh, what a shot.
Or just stop it that way.
Yeah, that works.
Could have gone straight down the jar.
So this is the featured group, and looking forward to seeing Randy Bintang, who's come a long way in just a couple of years. Wang Ngai Shen goes by Jeff. Masato Sumiyuchi from Japan has put together a nice amateur career. And tell you what, Frank, you look at Anmin when Vietnam is beginning to turn out some outstanding players.
It is. I think the Faldo series is part of that. Good amateur events. Now, cross back to 17, the par 3.
Okay, good roll. Yeah, it was a good birdie right there for Zuqing Zhou from China. 18 years old, respectable 126 World Amateur Golf ranking in his 3rd Asia Pacific Amateur start.
And he has an absolutely gorgeous golf swing.
All right, so after hitting the flag stick, this is Bintang.
Very good up and down. I mean, the sound of that bunker shot, wet sand, packed firm. And, well, his goal is actually to be the first player ever from Indonesia to play either in the Open Championship or the Masters.
Bring in Colt. Colt, what are we waiting on?
Yeah, Shin's waiting on a referee to come over, I believe. I'm not sure why. He was just in the fairway cut, was able to play lift clean in place, but now he's going to go ahead and go. So I'm not sure what the question was there exactly.
Shen was tied for 24th at Royal Melbourne a year ago, so this is his 2nd start in the Asia Pacific Amateur. There are so many more opportunities now across the Asia Pacific region. He was runner-up in the Thailand Amateur Open, 3rd in the Faldo Series Asia Grand Final in Vietnam. And we saw Sir Nick's son Matthew, who runs the Faldo Series around the world. Highly successful.
It is. It's actually where Rory McIlroy first popped onto the scene.
Akshay Bhatia, who has really come on the PGA Tour. Faldo Series graduate.
As well as drive, chip, and putt.
That's right.
So good 3 there.
And the leading organizations continue to do such a tremendous job in planting the seeds, and they're watching all of it grow. Now, here we go, Frank. What do you think of this hole?
Excellent finishing hole. We've seen that in the professional championship that they have here. 5'10", not overly long. Longer hitters can take it over the left bunker. They catch the downslope, and they can scoot down there close to that 150-yard marker. From there, it's just a mid-iron. It is a narrow tee shot. Miss the fairway, contemplate laying up. Very, very tame hole location. Front third of the green, so this really is a good opportunity. And really a chance for Rennie Bintang to tie the lead.
And Frank, maybe a chance tomorrow for some late drama, excitement.
Well, we saw over the years the 2001 World Cup here. This is the hole where Tiger Woods chipped in for an eagle, playing alongside David Duval.
Cole, what's the weather like down there?
Well, it's raining again. It went away for just a little bit, but now in the last couple of minutes, it's starting to rain rather hard, which I think makes this tee shot a lot more difficult. They're going to have to try to thread the needle between these bunkers, and that opening's only about 25 yards wide, Frank.
Yeah, between the left and right bunker. But it is humid, isn't it? It's not cold out there. That's the one thing in their favor.
This is Phoenix Campbell, one of the better names in this field of 120.
I think there's a chance he'll go to Arizona State. This should spin. Good shot.
This is his Asia Pacific Amateur debut. He began 2024 winning the Australian Master of the Amateurs and then runner-up in the Australian Amateurs. So he's had a good year.
Tee box surrounded by the cedar and Japanese cypress trees. Little cherry blossom tree or Japanese maple.
Frank, you played here in the 1990s, Taiheiyo Masters. What do you think of the golf course and the experience generally of playing golf in this great country?
It was excellent. I was actually texting with Masters champion Trevor Immelman this morning, and that this is one of Trevor's favorite golf courses. He also played here the 2000s. I mean, it's just, you go to Japan, number one, you're treated so well. And the condition of the golf course, the conditions are perfect. Georgia fairways, ball sits up. And even a day like today, cold, I know you're out there, the rain's almost mystical, isn't it?
Well, it was earlier. Now it's starting to come down quite a bit harder. But also what little wind there is from a different direction today. It's back into these players' face. Yesterday, the guys had some helping wind off the right, and we saw a lot of guys getting home in two.
Zuching Zhou. He's a freshman at Cal Berkeley.
This one is headed towards that left bunker. Not sure it has enough to cover.
And there's a decent-sized lip. So you would think forced to lay up.
Cal Berkeley gave us Sampson a year ago, who was in that playoff at Royal Melbourne, won by Jasper Stubbs.
This is a beauty here down the right center. Should stay short of that bunker.
Surprising 3-wood on a reachable par 5. It's a question mark.
He snatched that tee out of the ground. He loved it. 66 opening round for Shen. Now Bintang.
I had the chance to follow him at Royal Melbourne last year, and this man has some game. This needs to fade just a little.
Yeah, he's fine. We saw that game, Frank, a couple of years ago in Thailand, Ramada Springs, when he opened with 79, but showed some fight, came back second round 66, did not make the cut, but still made an impression.
And as Colt's already referenced to his golf swing, that's what stood out 3 years ago, and it's got even better over the last couple of seasons.
Made the cut last year, 2023 at Royal Melbourne. The best finish by a player from Indonesia to go back 13 years. Ryan Eng is at 14, and Paul Gow is there.
Yeah, it might be wet out here, but these greens have still got a little bit of slippery to it. And this putt of Ryan's is downhill right to left. He's got to be careful here. This is a good one just to creep down there, and I think this is just going to creep down nice and close for him. It's one of those days, guys, that you've just got to manage yourself around, get the caddy nice and close and keep everything nice and dry. And hopefully these young men, they'll learn a lot from today.
Ryan Eng from Singapore. Phoenix Campbell now to get to 3 under.
It's coming a little downhill, but no speed issues, the amount of rain.
Beautiful roll.
Good 3, well positioned off the tee. Just the short wedge, he deserved that. And just fall back too. Well positioned, trying to jockey your way into that cut. The cut at the moment around the 7 over mark.
Motivated because he did not make the field last year back home in Australia. He was an alternate, said it motivated him to work harder. So invitations too. How's this? The Masters in April, then the 153rd Open, July at Royal Portrush, where Shane Lowry won in 2019 Northern Ireland, and as well Royal St. George's, the 130th Amateur Championship. So Frank, unquestionably, it's a life changer.
It is. We've seen that already. Not just because we're in Japan, but Hideki Matsuyama, Cameron Smith, already major champions. 141 winners of professional tournaments around the world have already come out of this very breeding ground or championship. Now, 15.
Ryan Eng.
Good tee shot. Actually got a bit of chase despite these soft conditions.
Soft conditions make the fairways even wider. Good look down at 18. Weather is supposed to be good on Sunday.
Colt, I was surprised with 3-wood off the tee. I mean, it's got to leave I don't know if it's reachable from there.
Oh, it's definitely not, Frank. He has 275 yards left, so definitely going to be a layup. I wouldn't be surprised if all three of these guys lay up. Bintang, the only one that can really go for it, but he still has 245 left, and it's raining pretty hard and back into a little breeze.
Yeah, yesterday the breeze was down breeze. They could carry that left bunker. We saw mid-irons head in here. So always your fairways. Ball sits up, lift clean in place.
And I would say right now, these guys probably didn't get the best end of the draw having to play in these conditions.
It's a fixture here in Japan. Female caddies.
And they're good, too. They're all schooled. They know the rules there. They're not going to get their player penalized. So definitely looks like a layup.
Shen's had a good year.
Tell you the other thing that's tough for him is playing in glasses, Frank, in these rainy conditions.
Yeah, they'll fog up.
Need some windshield wipers.
We had Tommy Nakajima yesterday on the show. Famous playing in his glasses. Got to world number 4 back in 1986. Now Bintang.
This also appears to be a layup. Just too risky to go for it in these conditions.
A little flip from there. This golf course has drained well, Frank. We are working on close to 5 inches of rain by the time this day is at an end.
Haven't seen a puddle. .63 green staff for this golf course. So the job here is to keep the grips dry as long as possible. Fortunately, it's their last hole.
This is about as hard as it's rained all week right now, and he found the fairway bunker here, so it should be just a layup.
From India, Kartik Singh. This at 15.
Yeah, it is quite heavy in here, only 91 yards. Greens are super soft. Means you can go straight at it.
There's a lot of excitement around Kartik Singh. You talk to the Federation officials from India. He's just 14, and he can really play. Now, Phoenix Campbell.
Have to keep this left of center. There's a tree in the rough down the right that can block it out. Might be all right. 18.
Zhou, second shot.
And as long as you don't have any lip issues, Frank, I would think these players would much more prefer to be in the bunker than the rough.
And that's fine. Split the difference. Zhou's 18, 126 in the World Amateur Golf Rankings. The highest ranked player in the field is Wenyi Ding, who has completed his second round. That was earlier today. Ding is number 5. Hang. I said number 15.
Talking about having glasses on, this is difficult for him today. He's starting to fog up a little bit. And he's got a little bit hold of this. He's waiting for some spin on these greens. Oh, it just sits down soft.
And back at 18. Colt, how'd you keep it together in the rain?
I didn't. I was terrible in the rain, Rich.
Okay, thank you.
I really struggled.
The honest response. Frank?
I would say these guys, their techniques are so much better nowadays, though. You know, I was a guy that played with an open face and really used a lot of timing, and when the face got wet, the ball could slide all over the club face.
Generally, pickers are better in wet conditions. You know, you get less grass, less water between the face. People that go a little steeper, it's when you start to get some of those shots that squirrel off the face.
you would know. In fact, the first tournament I ever covered on the PGA Tour was Greensboro in 1997. You hit one of the most spectacular shots in a deluge. I think it was a 2-iron to the home hole to beat Brad Faxon and win that tournament.
It was a 2-iron, actually. Yeah, Shen, his third.
That from 123. Got to be careful with the spin here.
20 feet, good chance.
You were hitting a lot of good shots at that point in time, mid-late 1990s.
It was just a sprinkle of rain that day, Rich.
No, it was.
I think Greensboro
downpour
was flooded after that. And of course,
Rich, what a way to start your golf broadcasting career.
That it was.
Speaking of North Carolina, our thoughts go out.
No question. This young man reached the 64, both the U.S. Junior Amateur and the U.S. Amateur.
Okay, Colt, he's got to fly this. No time to be timid.
Yeah, 107 all the way to the hole. There is a backstop, but I think with how soft this is, you really don't want to use too much of it. He's thrown it way up in the air on a really nice line.
Yeah, good shot. That slope will help it a little bit. Get it back to hole high.
That ball almost plugged in the face of that tier.
Back to Ang at the 15th.
Just putting through this storm that's just come through. It's just come down a little bit heavier, this. Got to be a little bit careful with this. It comes straight back up the hill and then back down to the front of the green, leaving the pin in here.
How about even as an amateur? Earlier this year, he secured his card on the PGA Tour of Australasia.
Yeah, there's many a pathway now to the professional game. So, third shot, Sabintang.
Let's see if he did his homework here. You need to fly this a little past it and actually left of it, because it'll feed back to the right. Oh, this is tugged, and he's going to spin hard.
Far from his best, for sure.
But he will have a chance to tie Rintaro Nakano for the lead.
Still in the thick of things, though. Currently, there's just 22 players that are in red numbers. And you can't get ahead of yourself either, Rich. I mean, we don't know what the weather has over the next day and a half. Obviously, we'd love to have a stirring 72-hole finish.
This is Josh By here at the 16th hole.
Surprisingly struggling this week, Rich. He's one of the favorites coming in. Played the Junior President's Cup.
He's one off that current cut line. He's played the International Junior President's Cup side now twice. Last week in Canada, he went 1-2-0. Did win a foursomes match with An Min Win. And here is that team. Warut Boonrad from Thailand. And there is An Min Nguyen. And I mentioned the 14-year-old from India, Kartik Singh, played in that Junior President's Cup.
Yeah, it was a good lineup, all represented from this area. Just a little footnote too on Josh. Josh will go to Florida State next year.
And here is Kartik Singh. Okay, Kartik Singh, earlier this year, he won both the Singapore Junior Championship and the Boys 13-14 division of the Junior World Championships in San Diego. Now, Phoenix Campbell.
Lions not too bad in the Zoysia rough. That's not too bad. Use the soft greens.
Back to 18. Frank touched on it. This has been a springboard for so many players. Bintang hoping it will be for him as well. This to tie the lead is going to run out of steam. Hideki Matsuyama, two-time winner of this event, including here in Japan. Cam Smith played in the Asia Pacific Amateur, went on obviously to win the Open. Cam Davis, Minwoo Lee, CT Pan, Siwoo Kim, KH Lee, Satoshi Kodaira, Ryan Fox, Takumi Kanaya, and Keita Nakajima, both from Japan, both former world amateur #1s, both winners of this event, who have now gone on to win on the DP World Tour and as well here on the Japan Golf Tour. So this championship is producing. Shen just a little cleanup work. I think the other thing, Frank, and you've seen this because you've been on the call here since Guan Tianlong won it in 2012. In every way, this championship upholds the highest standards. Not just the golf course and the conditioning, but the media, player dining, hotel, transportation, letting these young men know that this is what it will be like if they work hard enough and if they're good enough.
It's a great, not just an opportunity, the experience, and you're right, from top to bottom, the interviews, the fact that they're being beamed around the world, their skills are being shown. So now a chance to get within 2.
See if we can get a birdie here on the 18th. Not a lot in this one. Easy to play too much break, but he just never hit it.
Still well positioned for the remaining 2 rounds.
China's won 4 the Asia Pacific Amateur Championships. Yu Jinlin twice. And Bintang cleaning up. Japan has won it 4 times. Australia 4 as well, including 2 in a row. Jasper Stubbs and Harrison Crow. So a 69 for Randy Bintang. A fairly quick turnaround. Hope for a little bit better weather. Zhou with a 67. He's only 3 back of the lead, currently held by Rintaro Nakano. Now Phoenix Campbell, this to get to 4 under.
He's giving this a little bit of break to his right. Strong par 4. There's only been 8 birdies at 16 through this second round. Four certainly good, one of the hardest holes out here. Australia going for 3 straight wins in this championship.
Now Josh Bai.
Yeah, I'll just correct myself. He's going to be a Gator next year. So he's looking forward to that. Just 18 years of age. So he still needs that birdie though, Rich, if he wants to play.
And for more on Josh Bai, let's welcome Amanda.
Hi, Rich. Frank, as you mentioned, Josh Bai is committed to the University of Florida. Our wonderful AAC digital team sat down with him earlier this week, and they asked how he's preparing for that. He said he's watching Swamp Kings on Netflix to brush up on his American football. We might be able to give him a couple more options as well. It's a difficult game to learn, but I appreciate the effort. You also mentioned that he just returned from the Junior President's Cup. He actually won a match there alongside An Min Yoon, and these two have created an absolute bromance. They did a piece of content where the digital team asked 8 to 10 players in the field to compliment anyone they wanted. Well, Josh chose An Min, and An Min chose Josh. Bai said that Noon's short game is absolutely incredible, and Noon, when he chose Bai, said, listen, he's just a solid guy, and they're both hoping that they actually get to be paired together before the week's end.
Love it. Thanks, Amanda. So he'll go play for J.C. Deacon in Gainesville. And by the way, Dudley Hart, who's one on the PGA Tour, is the associate head coach at Florida. Yushin Lin played for the Gators. And as well, young man that we got to know quite well at the Latin America Amateur Championship, now playing professionally, Alejandro Tosti, Florida guy.
I love it. A bromance at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
And Billy Horschel, who's played so well, just won the flagship event on the DP World Tour, the Wentworth outside of London, a Florida Gator as well. Now, Billy Dowling from Australia.
Finishing his round off. 2-tee start.
Pours that in. Solid round, 69.
His second start in this championship.
So here we go. It was Hideki Matsuyama back-to-back 2010 and 11. One of those right here in Japan. So Japan hosting now for the second time. China with 4 titles, 2 from Yushin Lin. And then Australia was Antonio Murdaka and Curtis Luck, who also ascended to #1 in those World Amateur Golf rankings. And Korea as well has been strong in this championship. There is Randy Bintang from Indonesia. Be a breakthrough not only for Indonesia but for this championship to get a winner from what they would call a developing golf country.
Oh, very much so. I was just saying, Indonesia has never had a player that's competed in the Masters or the Open Championship. You know, they have a huge population. They've been a golfing country for a while, but to have someone that young to sort of break the barrier, so to speak. He'll sign his card, probably wait maybe an hour and a half for that draw to happen. We'll use 2 tees. So trying to get that third round up and running as quick as possible.
The established golf countries, obviously, you think about Japan and Australia back to the early part of the 1900s. Now, Campbell at 17.
Nothing wrong with the middle of the green. That rain starting to pelt down. One of the older players on the Australian team at 23. Phoenix. They can stretch this hole out. Already sort of got a forerunner of the third round. It'll go back to around 230 yards this hole. It's been shortened up today.
Bai is just outside that cut line. Needs to make something happen.
Dug down at that. So he's going to be asking a lot to make that one. Presuming he's going to need a birdie up 18. Machara. He needs a miracle right now. Good pass at it.
Young man from Nepal.
Yeah.
Good shot.
You never know. Make that, Rich. Eagle, 18.
Another youngster who participated in the AAC Academy the last 2 years, where they get high-level training, coaching, and now Kartik Singh.
Yeah, Ryan's just had to chip out and cut it sing right from the middle of the fairway. We've got a little tree on the right-hand side. He needs to flight this down a little bit, coming back into the breeze. Pinning 25 back there. Bunkers on the left-hand side covering this. We'll see them get a bit of a workout today.
Good start for Japan. Rintaro Nakano is leading by 1 after a 67. As we try to wrap up round 2 and get started with round 3 here in Gotemba.
Putting the finishing touches on the second round. Lee currently at 7 under. And that's the 16th hole looking backwards. Slight dogleg right. Ang was forced to punch out, so he'll be playing his third. Paul, it is not drying up, or it doesn't look like it's going to dry up at all at the moment.
Now, if anything, Frank, it's getting a little bit heavier, and it really makes it a must to hit these fairways. And Ryan's missed his to the left, chipped out to this spot, looking for casual water because there's a, you know, this golf course is drained really, really well, but there's a few spots here and there that are just holding the water. 195 into this green. That's a lot of club into this green. Got to keep it right of this pin because it'll funnel to the left. The young man heading to the Australian Tour, 24 and 25. Be all different if he won this event, I think, Frank.
Thickish lie. It's one of the worst we've seen out of the rough so far this week. His problems continue. These fairways are generous, but you miss them in wet conditions. This golf course gets hard very quickly. Just over 7,000 yards. You can play over 7,200 yards, but because of all the various talents, should I say, from the 40 different countries, it's playing just under 7,000 right now.
Live at 17th green here at Taiheiyo Club Gotemba. Taiheiyo, well-known golf brand here in Japan. What is it, 18 clubs across the country, Frank? The Taiheiyo Masters, which you played in.
Yeah.
All these clubs spread out.
Exactly. I mean, you know, golf is a big game. There's more than 8 million golfers. They determine someone that plays 9 holes or 18 holes. 8 million players in Japan, and 2,349 golf courses currently in Japan.
First golf club was Kobe back 1903, built by the English. Spy tries to run this birdie putt in.
Needs to run out. So needs to knock that in, and nothing more than a 4 at 18.
First club established by and for Japanese, Tokyo Golf Club, 1913. Hosting the Japan Open. A number of people here this week, dignitaries, played the golf course a few days back. They said that rough is U.S. Open thick. Talking old school U.S. Opens. Now Phoenix Campbell to get to 4 under.
Well, that green looks like it should pitch to the right, but Mount Fuji is actually to the right of the screen. So you have the gentle slope all the way that's from the top of Fuji that runs down the golf course. To 9.
This is Kato Sato. He is hanging around just inside that cut. That's a bogey. Still on the cut line. '73 and '74. And back at 17.
He definitely needed that to go in. I don't really think it's going to change from +7.
This is Acharya's third Asia Pacific Amateur start. Missed the cut the last 2 years. Remember, his good friend Subhash Tamang made history for Nepal when he made the cut back in Thailand, Frank, 2 years ago. Product of that Asia Pacific Amateur Academy.
He's from Nepal. He's not scared of heights.
You know, these academies, we'll learn more about those just a few moments, but just another way in which the leading organizations have invested in the game around this region. And it's a region of more than 4 billion people. You think about what's possible. Now from Japan, Sumiuchi.
One of the 10 contingent. Home nation, and this should come down the hill. It's trying. Oh, it's going to get better now. Maybe a little local knowledge there. Great shot. Yeah, great smile.
We won't get a chance once we start. So.
Now, Bai back at 17 for his par putt.
Okay.
So, birdie at 18. That's the goal.
Here's Isaac Lee at number 9, right on that cut number.
Plays nearly a club uphill this second shot. So long second. Oh, that's one of the best we've seen all week, Rich.
Beautiful shot. Kartik Singh, long birdie putt here at the 16th.
Richie left it under the hole, which was a perfect spot. A little bit right to left going up this green. A little bit slower too.
At least the umbrellas have gone again. Once that fog starts to dissipate, Rich, the view is stunning around here. The foothills of Mount Fuji, just glorious.
Well, maximizing the player, always the goal of a special instructor or golf organization. In this case, golf academies, like so many in the region, have been the major catalyst in creating the ultimate competitor.
The Academy was established to provide opportunities to countries around the Asian region that maybe didn't have the kind of infrastructure that countries like Australia, maybe Korea, maybe Japan actually had. The core understanding of the technique of the swing, the core understanding of how to play the game, the core understanding of how to manage myself is something that takes some quality programming. So our concept about the Academy was to actually help those nations develop players that might become figureheads, or we use the word heroes, in their own countries.
For me, it's more of a learning experience and how I can use it to promote golf back in Pakistan. The young players that want to get out from the country, maybe for college golf, it just gives me some experience that I can take back and we can build on it from there.
The best academy that I've been involved with in forever. It's been amazing. What's been great, what I've really enjoyed watching is the boys grow from when they turn up here at the beginning to the way they act at the end of the camp and how much they've learned. It's been quite extraordinary to witness.
So previous competitors, Asia Pacific Amateur Championship having produced two major winners, Hideki Matsuyama, the Masters 2021, and Cameron Smith, the Open in 2022. Frank alluded to this, 141 wins across these tours around the globe, and 7 players having reached World Amateur Golf ranking #1, 12 climbing into the top 50 of the official World Golf Rankings. Frank, it's working.
It's worked since day one, Rich. Now the rising phoenix, Campbell that is, at 18. Just needs it to stay in the air. 3 or 4 yards would have made a huge difference. Instead, I would imagine that has to be a layup.
Ang at 16. Young man from Singapore. Represented Singapore in the Eisenhower Trophy in 2022 in France, 2023 in Abu Dhabi. These youngsters travel to see the world through the game of golf. Sumiuchi now. It's a short birdie putt. Well done. Into red figures. Masato Sumiuchi. Josh Bai now, 18T. Has to have a birdie here.
If it catches the path, if he can get relief from that and a good lie, might just be able to reach from down there. Now across to 16, this hole becoming expensive now for Ang. Drove it out of play, and as quick as that, it's a double bogey.
From 1 under to 1 over. So we'll cut to low 60 in ties. They've come from 40 different countries and territories, all expenses taken care of by the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Did not want money to be a hindrance. Wen Yiding, highest ranked player, and he has played like it. He is only 1 shot back. Salem Alabdalat from Jordan, just 12 years old. Rashid Akil from Lebanon is at 66. 55 are making their debuts. 55 played a year ago at Royal Melbourne. Now Kartik Singh. Think about outstanding players from India. Jeev Milkha Singh, Anirban Lahiri, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Shiv Kapoor, Jyoti Randhawa. And maybe the next big star, who knows? He's only 14 and impressive. So coming to the close of this second round, but a lot more ahead as we make the cut and turn towards that big prize. Invitation to the Masters, a spot in the Open at Royal Portrush. It is all up for grabs here in Japan.
Beautiful trophy to play for, almost those endless rings. But at the moment, Nakano's played excellent golf through the first 2 rounds. He played alongside the highest ranked player in the field, Wen Yiding. There's a chance that they'll play for 3 straight days in a row. Randy Bintang doing Indonesia extremely proud. Some of the countries we expected on the leaderboard: Phoenix, Campbell. Australia always a strong contingent. They are going for 3 consecutive championship wins, which would be a record. Tony Chen, Quinton Croker, also well positioned. Now 18, Phoenix Campbell, forced to lay up here. look too much of an issue. Prudent play. Just a pitch. Trusted his yardage. So many good golf courses in Australia.
Wrapping up the second round here. This is Kartik Singh at 17.
This playing downhill, some 4 yards, 163. This guy is just a pin seeker, Rich. He just goes straight at him.
Frank, how about that action?
He's actually looking at his grip too, another interlocking grip. Very solid.
And he grows into that body, just 14. He might be something special now. Josh Bai, and Frank, you were right. He's going to have a good look at this, and he needs it.
It's a huge break. Catching the path, probably getting another 40 yards out of that tee shot. Fortunate to get to the drop in the rough, so this is very reachable. Just looks nothing more than an 8-iron, really. 7 or an 8-iron, Rich. Playing alongside Phoenix Campbell, who did lay up, just short of the water down the right. Must make 4 at the worst here.
He likes it.
Got the twirl. Oh, another bounce forward too. That would have been close. But an eagle chance for the New Zealander.
And back at 17. Ryan Ang. So just a scoring update. Ang had to take a drop at the previous hole. Ended up making quadruple bogey.
So rain now starting to evolve itself again.
Taiheiyo Club Gotemba was designed by Shinsuke Kato. Opened 1977. 6 years ago, Rhys Jones led a renovation with consultation from Hideki Matsuyama. Hideki having won here the Taiheiyo Masters, one of the premier events on the Japan Golf Tour, professional tour over here, which began in 1973.
And Hideki also involved as a consultant with the renovation here in 2018.
Now Phoenix Campbell. Make a birdie here, Frank. Good position. Make it 3 in a row for Australia. Oh, he's going to have a great chance to do it. Excellent. Phoenix Campbell trying to get in at 4 under, then get dry. Get ready for a third round and a run at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
Just the grass and the heat, I think. Yeah. Big hole and last week.
Phoenix Campbell enjoying the walk down 18, as so many great players have over the last 40, 50 years here in Japan. This course has hosted the Taiheiyo Masters. Golf's greats competed. Some have won around these fabled links. Now across to the 9th, right on the cut line. The young man from India, Taiheiyo, long second. India is home to some of the oldest courses in the world. Royal Delhi. Good shot. No surprise, Japan, 10 players this year as the host. What is surprising, Chinese Taipei 6, Republic of Korea, Malaysia 5. Just goes the development in this area. And they're not just showing up too. A lot of them in contention. 40 different participating countries and territories in this 120-man field. It was a success back in 2009. It has continued to get stronger and stronger.
This is Kartik Singh for birdie at the 17th.
Rich just coming back up this off the bunker with a little bit of a right to left, just about getting the speed right and getting it into the house. And he's having a nice day, the kid.
Well, he has that look of a player. And now the eagle putt for Josh Bai. Current cut line 7 over. Okay, that should do it. Just a little tap for Josh Bai. Think of New Zealand. Obviously, it's Bob Charles, the left-hander who won the Open 1963. And among others, the man to my right, 15 times a winner around the world, Frank Nobilo.
And we would be remiss in not talking about Lydia Ko, gold medalist this year. Actually, the only golfer to have medals in all 3 of the last Olympics.
Yeah, she has the Olympic rainbow. She also won Women's Open at St. Andrews, the home of golf. Solidified herself not only as a member of the World Golf Hall of Fame, but as a legend in the women's game.
Achara from Nepal. It's actually voted as the happiest country in the world.
Ang now for his birdie here at 17.
Rich, after a disappointing 8 in the last, he sculled one out of the bounds and had to take relief, unplayable. Trying to get back on track and making that cut mark, going from being in somewhat contention to this.
Phoenix Campbell now to get it in the house at 4 under. Took a little hop. A disappointing par for Phoenix Campbell, but still in all with a chance as he hits the stretch run. Just a little cleanup work here for Josh Bai, just to make the cut.
It's not his best so far, Rich, but he gutted it out well. +7 will play on the weekend, and he has talent. So keep your eye on that name. I'm sure a couple of seasons in Florida. Just the tender age of 18 at the moment.
Yeah, sharpen his game. You play in the SEC, you come out of it a better player if you're paying attention. Georgia, Alabama, and now the University of Texas and Oklahoma. Auburn. Jackson Koivun from Auburn. And now, Frank, I'm curious what you think of young Kartik Singh as we watch him tee off here.
The first thing I look, just swing of the players. You almost see the potential because you're not sure if he's going to grow into 6'2", 6'3". The frame will change, but I'm just impressed with the technique. as we were saying before, another interlock grip. They copy Tiger Woods.
He certainly goes at it, Frank. He doesn't leave anything back on the tee. This is a narrow landing area here.
Gower, you like what you see?
I certainly do. He's really in control, but he's got this little bit of intensity about him, like he really
Exactly.
wants it. And he hits a lot of fairways and a lot of quality shots at 14 years of age.
Yeah, how about the Junior President's Cup umbrella?
Like
Go ahead and flex, young man.
But for his age already, you saw the carry, 241 yards. I mean, that's changed. You put another 30, 40 yards on a player like that, they become very dangerous in this game.
Now, Latif. He's right on that cut line.
Probably hence the strategy, Paul, just an iron.
It's the fattest part of the fairway, and if you just make that decision off the tee, you know, he knows where he stands on the 17th green. There was a big scoreboard there, so he could see where he was at, and clever play. He's been a little bit all over the place, the back nine here.
Yeah, Rehan
just hit
Latif.
fairways.
He's from Indonesia. In his third Asia Pacific Amateur, he finished a respectable 31st a year ago at Royal Melbourne. From India, Taiheiyo.
Trying to pay off that second shot. Oh,
yeah.
What a three.
So he'll get to play more golf. Rakshit Taiheiyo. Round of 71. Now, Ryan Ang.
And this one heading a little left. He's not going to find the fairway with this one, but it's a three-shot hole for him anyway.
Let's go down to Amanda.
Rintaro Nakano joining us now. You lead by one. You had to finish 5 holes this morning. What's it like having such long days in these conditions?
Yeah, very rare case, and I felt very tired. So before I came back to the hotel, so I take a rest a lot.
What will it take for you to stay atop this leaderboard today? What part of your game has to be really good in these soft conditions?
Yeah, so because I concentrated on the stroke front of me, so not leaderboard. Yeah.
We noticed yesterday Tommy Nakajima was watching you. Does that make you nervous? And what's your relationship with him?
No, not nervous. So because he's a legend of, and he's so masters what I say, it's a speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he comes to front 9, so my grouping. So it's my confidence.
Oh, it gives you confidence when a legend is watching you. That's how we know you're good. Thank you so much for the time. Good luck this afternoon. Rich?
Yeah, as we look at his card, you applaud their willingness to speak English. That's an emphasis point for Gareth Jones, the national coach here in Japan. He's from Australia. He said that it helps in the interaction with coaches, blend of Australians and Japanese. He wants them comfortable with worldwide media. He says they'll make a connection with the public. English, the international language of golf. And he also added that their corporate and professional lives will benefit. Saying if they can get their minds global, Frank, it's huge. And so you see Rintaro Nakano handling these interviews so well.
It also, he makes us feel old because some people grew up with Tommy Nakajima's game. This generation in Japan has grown up with his voice. He's regarded as Japan's best commentator.
Nice to have that connection with previous generations, isn't it? And they're very proud, Frank, as you know, having played here, of their golf tradition here in Japan.
Certainly does. You referenced the first golf course here back in 1903, started with the British expatriates, and the game has sort of exploded over the years. More than 8 million recreational players.
Chairman of the Japan Golf Association, Masanari Iketani, proud week for all of those folks in the Japan Golf Association, and as well Shun Han, who's the president here at the Taiheiyo Club. You look at the scores, and so at 24 in red figures. that 25 in red figures. Pretty good scoring on the whole.
65, the best score by Randy Bingtang, the best score shot so far this week. Now, back to 18.
Ryan coming out the left rough here. And the first thing he's got to do is make sure he gets a club with a bit of loft on it to get across this Savakli tree on the left-hand side, right in the corner here. Probably can only advance at 140 or 50. He's done that successfully down the left-hand side. And it's getting really heavy in this rough.
Shot 69 in the opening round. Struggling here in the second. Now Rehan Latif. He has committed to play college golf in the United States, Paul, at the University of North Texas.
Well, this is a good learning curve from all playing in these types of conditions that you've got to take it all in your stride. If you get a shot of his umbrella, it could be the smallest umbrella on the golf course, just covering him, not him and his caddy. Just got to pick a layup spot here, probably around that 160 to 170 mark. Fairway a must.
That was from Indonesia. Huge population, 280 million people in Indonesia. Jakarta, one of the biggest cities in the world, population-wise.
Now Kartik
Frank
Singh.
At 14 years of age, the speed of this young man, he can advance this a long way down. You get probably that 60 or 70 yards back into it. Struck that nicely, moving right to left. He's got that little bit of right to left in his game, just slightly.
This golf course drains beautifully. I know they have the manpower, that's for sure, but the amount of rain that's come down.
Thumbs up and hats off for this crew out here at Gotemba, Frank. They have worked tirelessly over the last 3 days and in the run-up just to prepare the golf course for this great championship.
Yeah, they're not just cutting holes, and the greens will get double cut, recut. See some of the water being expelled from the green, but it's fortunate I arrived here on Monday and just they've worked tirelessly each and every round. Incredibly proud of this venue. And they're meticulous.
Once again, while we have a moment, let's go back down to Amanda.
Enrique de Mayuga now joining us. This is your first Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, and I wonder, what were your expectations coming in here versus what the reality has been, not just on the golf course, but everything that goes into this championship?
Well, I've never been to Japan before, so the expectation for Japan was that it was going to be very different, and it is very different. It is hard to get your way around here if you don't know any Japanese. So I thought I could sort of like skirt around it a little bit, but no, I get a little bit nervous whenever I order something on the menu or try and buy something from the store. So yeah, the reality started to set in once I got lost like a puppy in daylights out there.
That is part of the learning process, though, right? You just told me that you're planning on turning pro in May. You're going to be traveling the world, new experiences, new cultures. What about the three organizations that stage this championship? What has impressed you the most?
They've done such a great job in running it, especially with like the weather delays and the way the golf courses run as well, like the Masters, the RNA, and the APGC have just done such a great job in taking care of us too. We don't have to worry about anything. Honestly, very much spoiled, to be honest.
And also, we got some sumo wrestlers earlier in the week. That was really cool. Now, I know you're at SMU. You and Colt have talked about it a little bit. A little bit different golf course than what you're used to. Trinity Forest, I think, is your home course. What have you learned about your game on a golf course like this?
I'm in the trees way too often. So to not be in the trees is a much better scoring position, is what I figured out pretty quickly when I'm putting for par from like 20 feet. So I realized that at Trinity Forest, there's not many trees I have to worry about. You know, there's different challenges. They all have come in their own shapes and sizes, but this place has definitely told me that I need to hit a little bit straighter this week if I want to have a chance to just keep on shooting under par.
I was told you had one of the best, funniest personalities in the field, and I think we just confirmed that. Trees are bad, fairway good. Thank you for that insight. Rich?
Love the personality. Was born and raised in London to Filipino parents. Enrique de Mayuga, an exciting player as well. Won 3 college events while at the University of Nevada, and he is now at SMU. He mentioned the sumo wrestlers, and so Wednesday's welcome reception at the Fuji Speedway nearby. Big kickoff to the week. You know, all the representatives and dignitaries, a local fair. Neil Farquharson of the RNA. The sumo wrestlers gave us quite a show. Rintaro Nakano, pledge of fair play. And the big boys came to play, didn't they, Frank?
I think it's the food, Rich, because the way we've been fed these last few days, I think we could be going to a Bashai very soon.
And that's a great picture. You put that on your wall, years from now you look back with great fondness.
Yeah, Fuji Speedway just down the road, 20 minutes away. Former host of the Japanese Grand Prix, now at 18. Ang, third.
130 Frank coming in here. Rain getting a little bit heavy. He's just trying to get it to the house.
And the work continues. Just try to keep it playable. Think about the hours these men and women pull on these crews, Frank.
They start in the dark. They'll finish in the dark today. Now back to 18.
Latif.
A little bit closer here, 120. And just trying to get it onto that green, that water tight to the right.
He played the International President's Cup team a week ago in Canada. You know, these young players, Frank, are well traveled. You think about Kartik Singh and Latif having gone from Montreal all the way here to Japan. You're going to play this game, you're going to rack up the miles, that's for sure. And we're at Taiheiyo Club, about 60 miles southwest of Tokyo.
A couple of places to fly into if you want to come in. You can fly into Haneda, which is a little closer, or Narita, which is slightly north of Tokyo. That the third shot of Singh.
Shot.
So he's hit some good shots over the last half an hour.
I like what I see from Kartik Singh. If not this year, then maybe the next couple of years. We'll see. He looks to have that kind of talent and tenacity. It's about a 12, 13-hour flight from the United States. And we are 13 hours ahead of East Coast time in the U.S. Takes a couple of days to get your body clock right when you come over here. Look at this roll. Yes, sir.
Huge putt there at 18. What a good fall. And of course, remember, he knew he was right on the cut line, took iron off the tee at 18, didn't want to make the mistake.
Let's go upstairs.
Huge sigh of relief. He will play on the weekend.
Yeah. First tee time, Frank, for that third round, about 45 minutes.
Which will be 2 o'clock local time.
Bit of a scratchy finish here for Ryan Ang. Safely inside the cut. Kartik Singh to that terrific shot just to get to -2. Give him a fighting chance. Everything about him, Frank, says player.
And potential.
No question. 2 birdies last 4 holes. 67 for the 14-year-old from India. And he is in at 2 under par and 5 shots back of Rintano Nakano of Japan. Wen Yiding is there at -6, highest ranked player of the field, 5th in the World Amateur Golf Rankings. And Randy Bintang, who had the 18-hole lead at 5 under, is also a shot behind.
Yeah, 65 is just 2 off the course record.
Rohizam is from Malaysia. Trying to win there first. So that's the end of the second round, Frank. And it's a great start for the home country, Japan.
It certainly is. You know, strong contingent, no surprise to see there. Quick turnaround. It's nice to see these boys play rather briskly. So we'll try and get into as much golf as we can this afternoon when they repair. The 60 in ties, the cut will fall at 7 over.
Tournament officials have emphasized pace of play at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship and as well the Latin America Amateur Championship, as they should, Frank. Wish they would do it at the professional level in a more robust way.
Reg,
Frank,
8 of their 10 in red numbers. I mean, that is success, that's for sure, plus the leader. All 10 players will play the final 2 rounds. So something to be very proud of.
Japan has won this on 4 occasions, twice by the great Hideki Matsuyama. So we have reached the midway point of the 15th edition of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. 3rd round is on the way. We started with 120 players, down to 63. The cut has been made through all of the weather delays and issues. We march on. Rintaro Nakano of Japan, 7 under after a 67. A lead, Wen Yiding and Randy Bintang by 1. Ding from China played at Arizona State. Phoenix Campbell from Australia trying to make it 3 in a row for the Aussies at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Enrique Dimayuga of the Philippines has a ton of game, and he'll have a crack at it going to the final 2 rounds. Second round summary, it is Nakano, one of 10 from Japan. He is running out front. There are, however, 13 players within 4 of the lead, and 7 of the top 10 Japanese players are in the top 17 currently. 9 different nationalities represented in the top 13. You like to see that, and I stand corrected. It is 64 players at +7 making the cut, including all of the Japanese competitors. Well, the championship would not have been possible without the support from the 3 major organizations. The Masters Tournament, the R&A, and the Asia Pacific Golf Confederation. It continues to be their mission to elevate the amateur game in every region of the world. With more, here's Amanda.
This is the 15th staging of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, and we're in the foothills of Mount Fuji at the beautiful Taiheiyo Club in Gotemba. For the founding partners, it's another opportunity to grow the game in this region, with invites to some of golf's biggest tournaments waiting for this year's champion. Being here in Japan, it only makes sense that we start this by talking about Hideki Matsuyama. When you think about Hideki and his journey, winning here multiple times, now becoming a Masters champion, what has that done for this championship?
And he was special. I mean, even as a young man, he was very special. He's one of those guys that actually lived the dream, you know, and then he went on to win the Masters. That was something that showed the path to everybody, that if Hideki can do it, I can do it.
Well, I think all of us who were in Tokyo in 2010 realized that Hideki was a special talent. You know, just had a very exciting game, hit the ball a mile, and just had a lot of charisma.
Hideki broke the ceiling, and we were at dinner the other night, and someone said, what's the 5 best photographs of golf? And I had no hesitation to say in my top 5 was his caddy when he won the Masters and he bowed to the golf course.
It's been really gratifying to watch Hideki through the years. He's been a great representative of the Asia Pacific and a great representative of golf.
I've had players tell me this week, there's no way to describe a venue like this when I go back home because there's nothing like it in my country. How important is it to come to a club like this, Taiheiyo Golf Club in Gotemba?
It's staged in a way that every single player should feel uncomfortable walking onto the first tee, because we are trying to push them in a nice way out of their comfort zone, because that's how you find out how good you are and whether you can step up and play.
It just really elevates the experience. You know, those who are able to play want to come back again. They want to go home and tell their friends at home, you know, about the experience and where we're going to be next year.
It's the 15th anniversary of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. That is a considerable milestone.
It's a great example about collaboration and 3 organizations being way stronger than 3 individuals. And we had a shared vision of where it went. There was a commitment. There aren't many professional events that are as staged as well as this. And there was just that desire to think long term. And again, our job as administrators of the game is to think long term and not get overawed by the moment.
We all felt that if we were going to be serious about this endeavor, that we ought to make the commitment and really jumpstart it by awarding the winner an invitation to the Masters. And we could have never done this championship without our partners. Of course, the R&A, having run championships for over 100 years. But for us to come to this part of the world, we definitely needed partners. And the R&A and the Asia Pacific were just perfect partners.
Immediately elevated everything. We started getting more membership into the Asia Pacific. The juniors started playing. There was a knockoff effect, you know, a domino effect.
It's undisputed that the players have gotten better over the 15 years. And that's not only in the number of top players that we see, probably where we might have had 10 or 12 players that had an opportunity or could even win the tournament in the early years, it's probably now 30 or 40. And so the depth of the field has really improved a lot.
And I've seen the professionalism develop. I've seen the way the players react to it. I think we've done something special for the game. Long may it continue to grow.
Here, and Frank, beyond the competition, it's a chance to make connections, friendships, even if you don't turn professional. We all know how this game has enriched our lives.
Well said, Rich. You know, we were lucky enough to have Martin Slumbers. He spoke about the growth of the game, certainly over the last 4 or 5 years. More people are playing golf now at the amateur level. And I love Chairman Fred Ridley's line, too, about there was 30 or 40 players now that can win. That might even be conservative. Just the explosion in a decade and a half, purely because of this championship.
Then there are the golfers who are sort of just learning their trade. We talked about those AAC academies that were established 5 years ago in order to grow the game in countries without a significant golf footprint. They're providing resources for training, equipment, whatever is needed to be successful at the top level. So we're seeing Indonesia on the leaderboard right here. He came out of the academies. We're seeing Nepal, and keep going.
Yeah, there's so many little facets or boxes that have to be ticked for this game to be successful at the amateur level. If you want to run an event, even rules. You have rules officials now that are being trained. I'm going to say it again today. We actually have a rules official fully qualified from Mongolia. That's how you develop golf in the area. You bring golf to at the highest level, and you allow it to spread.
Last year we were in Australia. Year before that, Thailand. Now in Japan. Next year we go to the Middle East, to Dubai and the UAE for the 2025 Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. A magnificent skyline. Golf well established there right now. Every year the DP World Tour begins in Dubai. Rory has made his mark there. Dignitaries coming together for that announcement. Chairman Ridley along with Pat Battle on the right. Ian Pattinson, Neil Farquharson of the R&A.
Players already starting to go to the range, getting ready to warm up.
Whomever wins this championship, Frank, I'm guessing will be exhausted in the best possible way when all is said and done.
There won't be any complaining at the end of it, that's for sure. Rain, hail, and shine.
So they'll have to come back tomorrow morning to finish that third round and then get going on round number 4. 72 holes for a huge prize, invitation to the Masters and a spot in the Open as well as the Amateur, which will be played at Royal St. George's in 2025.
Start looking down the first 2 pages of the leaderboard, and you'd have to think the 1-unders are going to need something special this afternoon to close the gap, not just because they're 6 back, but the caliber of players at the moment that are going to be in that last group today. So 2 unders, same proposition really. I'm very surprised if anyone that is not in red numbers is in the hunt tomorrow. Golf course also a feature. You're going to have your best stuff over the remaining 36 holes. One interesting little wrinkle, they're going to shorten the 15th hole this afternoon. It will be drivable at just under 300 yards. So the power players will have an advantage, 2 reachable par 5s in these soft conditions, and perhaps a drivable par 4. Carl Corpus there from the Philippines. The most famous golf club in the Philippines is Whack Whack. And that's not for the number of shots taken required. It's actually the local bird in the area. That's the sound it makes. And I did not make that up. The defending champion didn't have his best stuff, Jasper Stubbs, this week, but will play the remaining 2 rounds. He's spoken at length of how good that was last year, playing the Masters and the Open Championship.
The Asia Pacific Amateur Championship is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? IBM, let's create. AT&T, we believe connecting changes everything. And Mercedes-Benz, the vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. 36 holes in the books here at Taiheiyo Club Gotemba, 60 miles southwest of Tokyo. The 15th playing of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. And one of 10 in the field from the home country. It is Rintaro Nakano leading by 1. Rich Lerner alongside Frank Nobilo. This second round split in half due to the weather delays. Battled the fog and the rain yesterday. Give you a look at some of the highlights. The golf course that has seen the likes of Tiger Woods play, the World Cup in 2001, Sevi Olazábal as well, and Hideki, of course. And here is a young man from Malaysia.
From long range, and the extra roll made all the difference. It might have been fog, but you could see who's going to stand out in these conditions.
13th hole, that was Rizk Adam Rohizam. Now, Rintaro Nakano. How about that, Frank?
Huge three, couldn't have come at a better moment. Now 15. Long range, Nakano, this goes up the hill.
He is not bashful on his putts. Runs them right in. After a bogey at the 14, and now Wen Yi Ding this for birdie at the 16th.
Rolled the ball so well yesterday. Right out of the middle of the putter. So the highest ranked player in the field was making his move. 18th hole, reachable par 5, but Nakano was forced to lay up, but then hit this third.
It's beauty underneath the hole. Now Wen Yi Ding, greenside bunker.
Well, the sound was as good as the shot. This was beautifully played. Guaranteed his fall.
He birdied 3 of his last 6 now, Nakano. Has it. There's Tommy Nakajima. White shirt, blue hat.
A legend in these areas.
Nakajima, 6 top 10 finishes at the majors. And Wen Yi Ding, who aspires to play the majors someday, looks to have the talent. Won the USGA Junior Boys Amateur title in 2022 at Bandon Dunes. First ever from China to win a USGA event. He came out early this morning and he finished up. They began their second round at the 10th hole. All pars on the inward half for Ding, who was an All-America at Arizona State. And Amanda had a chance to chat with Wen Yi Ding.
Joining us now is Wen Yi Ding. We all know you have one goal and one goal only this week, and that is to win the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. What is the most challenging part of trying to do that in conditions like this?
I would say the energy. So I already lost all my energy now because I wake up so early today and just finish 5 holes and probably start on 3 p.m. and still have like probably 9 holes to go. And then now repeat that again tomorrow. So it's really hard.
Yeah, weather delays are just part of the game, and we all know that you're planning on turning pro pretty soon after this week, and this is kind of part of the learning experience. So what can you take from this? How do you create that energy when you're feeling drained right now so you can continue the process of accomplishing your goal?
Maybe just eat more, drink more, and rest more. Yeah.
I love that. Eat more, drink more, rest more. We might want to put that on a t-shirt. Lastly, what part of your game has to be on point for you to remain at the top of this leaderboard heading into the final round tomorrow? What part is the most important for you?
I think maybe the putting, and the second one is like driving.
Driver.
Yeah.
What about mentally? How important is it to stay patient in conditions like these?
I think it's hard, but if you stay dry, it'll be okay.
Your dad's gonna be very busy today, isn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the time. Good luck this afternoon. Thank you. Rich?
All right, Amanda, thank you. So just 19, he's already accomplished quite a bit. Won the Southern Amateur that was played in Kentucky earlier this year and played the International Junior President's Cup a couple of years ago, Frank.
And a big frame, 6'3", he's like the modern day player now. Big frame, big arc, normally means you send the ball a long way. That is the modern game.
He talked about it, this kind of starting and stopping and being able to maintain and harness the energy that you're going to need. They finished up round 2 this morning, then a long break, and then about 3 o'clock he'll go out for round 3. You have to play a lot of golf tomorrow. What's your advice?
Yeah, well, I think the carrot is too large. I mean, you'd have to be energized playing for one of the best amateur events in the world, and the opportunity to actually change your career. You could take 2 or 3 years off your career by winning this championship. Just the gateway access. So to me, that would energize any player in this field.
How far back, Frank, is, say, too far back?
I'm looking at 2 under right now, 5 back. Even then, I still think they're going to need some help from the leaders because Nakano is just playing so well. He has played this course a number of times. The one nuance, you might say, with the Taiheiyo Club is the mountain effect. Just struggling to read some of these greens. But ding is not going to go away, so I expect that score to go on as opposed to go backwards.
So third round getting underway here at the Gotemba in about 20 minutes with Rintaro Nakano of Japan leading by 1 in the 15th playing of one of the world's most significant amateur championships, the Asia Pacific Amateur. Way to stay up to date with the latest news from the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. You can also follow on Instagram, X, and Facebook. Plenty of information to keep you in tune, in the loop. Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, some outstanding content being delivered on aacgolf.com. Showed you yesterday's second round highlights. Because of the weather delays, we didn't finish the second round until just moments ago. So pick it up with Randy Bintang of Indonesia. He was the 18-hole overnight leader with 65. And picking up where he left off. Now at the 6th, Bintang.
This actually was to take the lead, get to 8 under. Nakano had posted 7, so he was the outright leader.
Yeah, he was rolling. Made 3 bogeys in a row at 8, 9, and 10. Tries to put it back in gear here at 15, Frank.
Off that downhill line, so this was going to come in a little lower, but this was just a beautiful shot by the Indonesian.
So birdie from there and 3 pars to close it out. In with 69 and 6 under and a shot back. Now, Wang Nagai Shen from Hong Kong
was trying to make par the hard way. At 16, the lengthy par 4, dogleg right.
He's at 5 under with 2 rounds to go. Absolutely in the picture. But it's a Rintaro Nakano. And you see Randy Bintang from Indonesia, only 1 back. Here's Randy with Amanda.
Joining us now is Randy Bintang. We followed your entire round today. This is the best position you've been in all 3 AAC starts. What's been the key?
Playing hard as I could on this course, and then unfortunately today I got 3 bogey trains at 8, 9, and 10.
You're looking to become the first player from Indonesia to play in the Masters and the Open Championship. Obviously, you would earn those invitations if you win this week. What would that mean to you?
It means a lot to me if I play the Masters. Being here also means a lot to me because, like, from my country, there was a lot of good players, but not enough opportunities right now.
Yeah, what does this championship do for a player like you who is just looking for more opportunities and more experience?
Yeah, it was very good because we played with the best player around the world, and we have the opportunity to play the Masters if we win this tournament.
Limitless opportunities, all thanks to this beautiful game of golf. Thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the weekend. Rich.
Thank you, Amanda. Well spoken. Nice young man, Randy Bintang, turning 21 next week, Frank. Be a nice 21st birthday.
Would. And obviously Indonesia in the middle of the South Pacific. 3 different time zones exist in Indonesia.
69 after a 65. It really is what it's all about, Frank, is opportunity and then making the most of those opportunities. Yeah. That's a Samson Zheng's roommate. Samson was a big part of it a year ago, lost the playoff. That is that's a Miguel Angel Jimenez-like warm-up.
Yeah, his aerobics class started at 1:30.
Tony Chen, rounds of 71 and 69. He's the #1 player at Cal. What a program. Colin Morikawa coming out of Cal Berkeley. Max Homa.
Well, a lot of recruiting is done at this very championship. And they have a match next week, so it'll be jumping on a plane and getting back. And, well, he'd like to go win-win, wouldn't he?
All right, Big Tony Chen and some of the other players getting loose here for the 3rd round of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. We are at the Taiheiyo Club Gotemba in Japan.
Alex Albon. Oh. Don't like. What? Oh, sure. Wait, why? Oh, because I know it. The heat. Oh, now your first one. Oh, the mic is right there.
In the shadow of Japan's sacred mountain, a battle rages. Not one of steel and sword, but of club and ball. Welcome to Taiheiyo Club Gotemba, where the fate of every golfer is intertwined with the whims of one of nature's most majestic giants. Mount Fuji, a sleeping volcano, holds the course in its grip. A sudden wind can send a perfect struck drive into the rough. But the challenges aren't just physical. The spiritual aura of Mount Fuji can also influence a golfer's game. Some say the mountain instills a sense of calm and focus, while others claim it can be a source of distraction. Playing here is like facing a divine opponent. You never know what to expect. It's a dance with the mountain, a test of endurance, skill, and a bit of luck. A battle as old as the game itself, played out against the backdrop of one of nature's most awe-inspiring creations.
Beautiful piece from our production team. So it's a cultural site on the World Heritage List, surrounded by 5 lakes, 7th highest peak on an island in the world. We are southwest of Tokyo, one of 3 holy mountains here in Japan, along with Mount Tate and Mount Haku. Fujisan, sacred place and source, Frank, of artistic inspiration.
Yeah, all the players actually were allowed to do 3 brush strokes. So it just started from a plain piece of canvas. I thought they did a great job. And in some respects, I think Mount Fuji is almost a metaphor for this championship.
We're trying to scale the highest mountains.
It is there. It is.
It's covered in snow 5 months a year. It is visible, certainly not today, but it is visible on a clear day from Tokyo, which is 62 miles away.
Yeah, 90 kilometers. And it's a near perfect cone. Used in so many movies. You can climb it.
So, golf course being prepared, holes cut for a brand new round. Round 3 here at the Taiheiyo Club Gotemba and the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. So 10 players from Japan began, and here we go. They are leading and playing well, Frank. It is Nakano out front. And the Japanese contingent, well, they made a strong statement through 36 holes. And, certainly a testament to just how healthy golf in Japan is at the highest levels, and really only getting better.
I mean, I have probably said since I've come in that this is our most important tournament of the year. You know, the Asia Pacific Am is the tournament. I think it's the best one. It's a 4-round tournament, and obviously the opportunities that our players have then had since then that helped them get to world #1. It's helped them in their pro career. It's a huge stepping stone to maybe a successful career.
I think very important tournament because very big tournament. Playing the Masters and the Open as very, very big opportunity.
You know what it meant to Takumi and Keita. I mean, if you just watch the footage, Takumi's the hardest guy I've ever met, but there's tears streaming down his face, and same with Keita. And even when Takumi won and Keita was the first guy to go and congratulate him after he just sort of finished second himself, the disappointment, he put that aside and realised how big it is for that guy, but also for us, or for our team, or for the nation of Japan.
This is a big tournament, lot of talent, Japan golf. I want to my best.
They get pretty emotional about it. They realise it's the biggest thing we can do. We're really grateful to have the opportunity here at Gotemba to be able to do our best and see if get it done.
This is great tournament. Do my best. Hideki Matsuyama, he is legend.
So the AAC and the WAP, they've both been so important. In my time, we had 2 winners of both. The opportunity that those players get, not only playing the Masters and the Open, and as a singles event, this is our absolute major.
Gareth Jones from Australia, nearing a decade as the national team coach, and he has done a phenomenal job. But you look through the years, Frank, at all the greats that have come from Japan.
It's just a success story, really. You know, we used to look at the Jumbo Ozakis of the world and we thought that was Japanese golf, but it's completely changed, male and female. You know, Ayame Zato, for example, her explosion onto the LPGA, Hideki then taking the mantle. And all these young players now look at Hideki as the star. They look at him as the guiding light.
There is what they call a senpai culture here in Japan. Within that national team, it's the senior players showing the way. Senpai Kohei, a leader, a mentor. It is understood. It is someone who is demonstrating through their actions how to go forward. And that is certainly Hideki Matsuyama. But then later it was Takumi Kanaya who ascended to #1 in the world, is now very successful professionally. Keita Nakajima as well, world amateur #1, winning in professional golf. Taiga Semikawa, who won the Japan Open as an amateur. Exciting player. Now you see Rintaro Nakano is on top. And by the way, Frank, in the past 13 months, Japan has had 5 winners on the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour. Hideki winning, you were on the call, in Los Angeles and Memphis. Ryo Hisatsune won last year's French Open. Rikuya Hoshino, the Qatar Masters. We mentioned Keita Nakajima. He won the Indian Open. Yuta Katsuragawa won right here at Gotemba, the ISPS Handa Championship. They are really producing. Down that leaderboard, tied for 6th from Macau is Kelvin C. He is with Amanda.
Joining us now is Kelvin C., a fellow San Diegan, as I just learned. This is certainly not San Diego weather. You spent yesterday in player dining. You told me doing homework all day. What's the challenge in managing your energy when you know you have a very inconsistent week, but still obviously trying to get the win?
I mean, it was kind of pretty nice yesterday to take some rest because all the traveling. Yeah, so yeah, I don't mind having a day off, but I guess it will make today harder because I'm playing like maybe 27 or 36 holes today.
Yeah, listen, that's part of it, right? We talk about what learning experiences you get here at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. This is your 6th, and as you just said, final AAC start. It makes me wonder, when you look back at who you were as a player in person in your first start compared to now, how have you evolved?
Definitely a much better player. I still remember my first one at Royal Wellington in New Zealand where I missed cut by 1, so. And yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely a much better golfer now, and yeah, just hopefully get better and transition into the professional stage.
Is this one of those championships, though, where you can really, it's a good litmus test for where your game is at and how you've progressed year after year?
Yes, definitely, because it's always the best players from the region, so you can really test out like how well you can play among them. Yeah.
So you sit at 4 under par, you're 3 back of our leader. We all know what the goal is, that's to get the win. What's it gonna take for you to continue to climb up this leaderboard?
Just gonna stick to the game plan. I mean, this course is really demanding off the tee, so just have to pick good targets and hit greens and hopefully drop some putts.
All right, appreciate the time, and I'll see you in San Diego. Maybe we'll be on the same flight going home.
Yeah, thank you.
Rich.
Both well-traveled. You play the game, you cover the game, you rack up the miles. So group number 9 as we get ready for this 3rd round. And Kelvin will be out with Wang Nagai Shen of Hong Kong and Rizik Adam Rohizam of Malaysia. And the final group, it is yet again Rintaro Nakano out with Wen Yi Deng. This will be the 3rd straight round. They will have played together. They're at 3:39 local time, so they still have a little bit more than 90 minutes. And Randy Bintang will join the 2 stars. And he's only 1 back. Okay. Here we go, Frank, getting set for round number 3.
Umbrella's still out.
Ken Chow, Hong Sepak Laopakti, and Fang is from China.
Opening hole plays considerably downhill, slight dogleg left. But the good news is the breeze really isn't blowing, so the only main concern for the players is a golf course that's soft, therefore it'll play a little longer, but those fairways should play wider. So 35-yard drops, you can really send one down, take it over that left bunker, and then just go in a short iron. 308 playing more likely 275, 280. There's a lot of players in the field that can certainly carry that. There is some water down the left side. You'd like to think that doesn't come in play. You get a really good opportunity out of the gate to get off to a good start. Fairly narrow green. And the flag is actually going to be in that back right corner. But right now, no wind.
If the rains subside, Frank, given that they will play lift clean in place, have golf ball in hand, might be able to see some scores here in round number 3.
And all 3 of these players are going to need to do some moving, starting at 1 over, their 3rd round, 8 back.
About what, 3.5 hours of golf we'll be able to play?
Asia Pacific
Daylight,
Amateur Championship.
5:30 maximum.
Playing in group number 1, on the tee from Chinese Taipei, Kent Shao.
So 36 holes, try and play the best golf of his life now.
Healthy cut at that. Plays his college golf at Purdue. 33 competitors out of a starting field of 120 playing at 26 different schools in the United States.
Ponsapak Laopakti.
Talented player from Thailand, Laopakti.
Parred this hole, the opening 2 days.
"19 years old, one of 7 from Thailand, started this week."
Next on the tee from China, Su Chen Fong.
Su Chen Fong, he's a freshman at the University of Colorado. Last month he finished tied for 16th in a college event in Arizona. And a year ago reached the quarters of the U.S. Junior Amateur. Another player from China who has had success in the United States, like Wen Yi Ding, who won the U.S. Junior Amateur at Banded Dunes 2 years ago.
Nearly submerged. It's one of the wettest parts of the golf course, bottom of the hill.
Squishy out there, you can hear it. Over the last few days, we've had north of 4 inches of rain. And yesterday had a 6.5-hour delay. It's a combination of a wet golf course and the fog, which was just sitting on top of Taiheiyo Club Gotemba. The ground staff has done a remarkable job preparing this golf course, making it playable. As well, all of the administrative staff working hard, getting the players by bus from the hotel back out here. Early hours, 4:30 in the morning. It is Nakano on top, and Frank, New Zealand, trying to break through to win the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship for the first time. There is Cooper Moore, and he's with Amanda.
Joining us now is Cooper Moore. You had all 18 holes to play this morning. You knew it was going to be a long day. So let's start with the mentality that you had to have coming into today and what you found, because 3 under is solid in these conditions.
I guess the goal was just to have fun, you know. It's gone and grind it out all day in these conditions, but I got off to a good start, birdie on 10 and then kept it going, and birdies 15, 17, 18. So to make the turn 4 under, I was really happy and just knew I had to just keep pushing on the front 9, my back 9. So yeah.
What can you learn about yourself or your game during a difficult stretch like we're having right now? Wen Yi Ding was just telling us he's tired. There's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of, I think, mental fortitude that a week like this requires.
I guess, yeah, just trying to be mentally strong and prepared for anything to come your way, and I guess accept what's in front of you and chase after it, I guess.
It's interesting when you say, I'm just going to try to have fun. Not many people, I don't think, would consider playing in conditions like this fun. Is that your natural personality, or is that something that you're really focusing on?
Something I'm really focusing on, because just want to let the result take care of itself, and having fun, it's good priority for events like this. I guess I'm only 16 years old, so, and got WAG of like 683, so I'm not the favourite in the field, so if I have fun, the result will take care of itself.
Solid perspective. We look forward to seeing you out there this afternoon. Thank you. Rich?
He's just 16 years old, Frank. Lot of promise, good athletic family. His dad, Jaden, big in the softball world back in your home country of New Zealand.
Softball's big game in New Zealand. Want to know his pedigree? He's already a runner-up in the Junior British Open, which was in Scotland. So 16, cool head on his shoulders.
Has competed here in Japan, Toyota Junior World Cup. In a steady rain here at the first hole.
Well, we talk about the different styles of play required, Rich. And you're going to have a lot of water that's going to get between club and ball. So it suits the pickers, but if you're in the rough in this situation, you've got to try and take something in a little lower, perhaps land it on the front, try and skip the ball back. And when you're out of position, just try and grind out a few pars.
Ken Chow, Chinese Taipei.
Came out low, trying to chase it forward. Most of these greens pitched up a little, push-up greens. It's come up a little short.
Zhu Fang of China. This is Asia Pacific Amateur debut. Rounds of 71 and 70.
Just because it's soft. The goal is not to get too aggressive. Everything inside 25 feet would be excellent from here. Long from target, but it's still fine. There's always someone that plays well in the tough conditions, whether it's blowing 30, 40 miles an hour or extremely right.
Wow, Pakdi from Thailand.
Yeah, just dug the blade, and you can see caught that heavy.
Pakdi is a sophomore at Arizona State. It's where Wen Yiding had been playing. He's moved on. You see Quentin Croker of Australia. He's getting set to go. Good personality. Deep love for the sport. I mean, they all love it, but he's involved. Croker is in a number of different ways. So here now more on Quentin Croker.
I'm Quentin Croker and I'm from Toowoomba, Australia, the golf course that I practice at. I live about 5 minutes from it. I actually work as a greenskeeper there. So it's always up about 4 o'clock wake-ups, and that's pretty much Monday to Friday. And then the golf and work goes in there. That's at Royal Queensland Golf Club. It's a very prestigious club, I would say. I think like the memberships there is awesome. The facilities are great, and I've been there for probably about 4 years now. When you're around, you know, the thing that you want to do all the time, you just pick up little things, and learning off the blokes there, they obviously know heaps about, you know, what they got to spray out or all this kind of stuff. Usually, I'd say I now pick up on mistakes more. Isn't a great thing. It means you go to places that are awesome, but your eye is built to find mistakes, because usually when you're home, you find the mistake and then fix it. So when you come here, it's hard to turn that off. I saw how hard the boys were working on the greens out here this morning. I mean, we got on the putting green this morning at, let's say 7:30, and you just couldn't spot a thing. I don't know if there's any better experience you can get as an amateur other than playing the majors. I think getting the opportunity to play in 2 majors as an amateur and to be in that space with those professionals for those 2 weeks, it's just unmatched. Anyone that says they don't think about it, I don't know what they're thinking about, because that's the only thing you can think about when you come to this place.
That's a young man who knows all about hard work, up at 4 in the morning. And Frank, you know, a lot of opportunities in golf ahead for Quentin Croker, whether he plays professionally or you think about possibilities for him, that he could maybe be a good golf course architect, not unlike another Australian who's in this field, Lucas Michel, who won a U.S. Mid-Am as well. Now a prominent golf course architect.
Another one of the Australian contingent at his opening hole, the 10th, 2T start, Billy Dowling.
"19 years old in his second Asia Pacific Amateur Championship." Now back to the first hole. This is a Tony
Playing
Chen.
in group number 2, on the tee from Australia, Tony Chen.
One of 7 Aussies. Picked up a win last season while at Cal.
His first start in this championship, despite being 22 years of age.
Next on the tee from Australia, Quinton Crocker.
Richie talked about fixing your mistakes. He's had 2 double bogeys so far this week. That's what's cost him dearly. One of which was at the 18th hole in the first round. Apart from that, he's been solid.
Last month, he won the Queensland Amateur Championship. January, the Australian Amateur Championship at Yarra Yarra.
Yeah, that's a very big amateur event in Australia.
Nice action. Last summer in the U.S., runner-up in the Southern Am. Third in the Trans-Miss.
Next on the tee from Philippines, Carjano Corpus.
Carl Jano Corpus, 23. In his 4th Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Philippines. Frankie Mendoza, Ben Arda go way back. Filipino golfers.
Opened up with rounds of 72, 69.
Good finish a couple of years ago in Thailand. He was tied for 5th in this championship. Graduated San Jose State University in California. So 10 from the host country, Japan, then Australia, which alongside of Japan would be the 2 most well-established golf countries in the region. And Thailand, which is producing China as well. There's Randy Bintang is leading the 5-strong Indonesian contingent. Bintang is only 1 back. He'll play in the final group.
Now, at the first long-range attempt, Fifong doesn't want to be grinding on a 3 or a 4 footer next.
Slow down. Wow.
That's a good 6 feet pass. Big mistake. Well, we saw them actually cutting the greens, Rich. I think that's why they're surprised how they've still got some speed. Cross to the 10th.
Yeah, Billy Dowling.
See if he gets the speed right. Freshly cut. They look
Good
a little,
roll.
They look quicker, Rich. It rolled out. Might be surprising some of the players, the fact that they managed to cut the greens in between the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Now back at the 1st.
Yeah, Zhu Qianfeng.
Kept his head very still.
Good work.
Good save.
Just get the head right early going. And, you know, if you 3-putt, puts you in a little bit of a negative way. All right, about 3:39, that final group will go out, and Nakano and Ding, the headliners here in Japan.
The 3rd round is underway. The Asia Pacific Amateur Championships. Leaders will tee off in another 80 minutes. Japan hero at the moment, Rintaro Nakano, has that solitary 1-shot lead to play in the last group with the Indonesian Randy Bintang And the highest ranked player in the field, Wen Yi Ding. Conditions certainly have not improved. Rain is still sprinkling down. Course is playing very long right now. As we've just seen, greens freshly cut, already confused a few players. Look like they might have picked up a little bit of speed. 120 players have been reduced to 63. And to be fair, less than 20 players really with a realistic chance of taking this championship. Saw the tee shot of Carl Corpus, the opening hole, downhill par 4. Braden Lee from Singapore. Singapore has hosted this championship twice. Alexander Yang from Hong Kong. This championship was played at Clearwater Bay. Robbie Turnbull, one of the 4 New Zealanders participating this year. Second shot at the opening hole for Quinton Croker. Fortunate with a gap. There's a little bit of room down the left side. Have a lot of green to play with.
Thank you.
The lag on the way down. See, just choked down a little, perhaps in between clubs. Comfortably gets on his left side. So nice balanced follow through. That ball very close to that front lip. Third player in the group, Tony, was forced to punch out. You see his ball just past the second fairway bunker. Did manage to get it into the fairway. Gonna have to clip this perfectly. Avoid the lip. I got it heavy.
Carl Jano Corpus of the Philippines. Has represented the Philippines in the Eisenhower Trophy.
Yeah, I was just saying, we are in the land of the rising sun. It would be nice to see it.
It sure would.
Right now.
It's a steady rain at the moment. We're told that Sunday is going to be sunny.
That's why they call it Sunday.
You just sort of get in your own world when you're playing in the inclement weather.
Almost have to be numb for, well, there's just over 3 hours left of golf time. Just get into your own mind.
And another group waiting here on the first tee. And the weather has been the story here through the first few days. So all 10 who began from the home country made the cut. And will play well here in Japan. Not really a surprise. Again, we talked about Gareth Jones, the coach of the national team here in Japan, and all the good work that they have done, producing at the highest levels and consistently. They're deep. Now Tony Chen.
Struggling at the opening hole. Tony was a junior All-American 6 years ago. And just got to avoid being too steep, especially with the shorter clubs. You just risk so much getting between ball and face. lose control.
Busy day for the caddies as well, that's for sure. So intensified the rain.
Now, second hole, Fang. Now, this green really soft now.
This is Cho from Korea. Sung-Yup Cho, 20 years old, first Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
Next
He's
on
a
the tee,
sophomore at Colorado
from Japan,
Christian in the U.S.
Masato Sumiuchi.
Sumiuchi now from Japan.
It's going to be a long way back.
Next on the tee from Vietnam, An Minh Nguyen.
Really a must-hit fairway at the moment. 465 yards, not an inch of rain. We've already seen everybody that found the rough struggle to reach this opening hole in regulation. So Nguyen must find the fairway. Good shot.
Yeah, An Minh's a promising player, just 17 from Vietnam, which has a growing program and presence at the elite level here in the Asia Pacific region. He tied 7th a year ago, did An Minh at Royal Melbourne. So umbrellas are up, heads are down. Let's bring in Colt Nost. And Colt, what's it like out there?
Well, Rich, it's rather wet. I cannot believe how well this golf course drains. I mean, it's just been coming down pretty much all day, and I don't see very many puddles out here at all. These guys are warming up on the range, getting ready to go for their third round, and you can definitely tell the guys that don't mind playing in the rain and the guys that do. Some guys just cannot stand to hit golf balls in a rain jacket, and they are getting drenched right now.
It's a bit of art right there. I like the hats, the caddy hats.
I'd like to see you in that hat, really. It's still comfortable. The temperature's just under 70, but the humidity, so it's warm enough. Just the irritation of the rain.
And this is par putt now for Tony Chen.
Great.
Good putt.
Great putt. Shot dropped. Across the other side to the 10th.
And birdie putt for Choi. Oh, what a putt.
Huge.
Yeah, Junhee Choi of Korea.
That's the thing. If you can just pick away, a couple of good things happen. I mean, a 67 in these conditions will go a long way.
Back to the first.
Kopus, remember he was in the bunker off the tee, missed the green, short right, pitch to here.
Good try. Carl Jano Corpus, Philippines.
Not playing with a rain suit either. hats, umbrellas.
Might be a 3-glove day.
The experience when you keep the gloves up in the umbrella, you could have the full suit. I think that's what Colt will be wearing a little later in the day. We go to the second.
Pangsapak Lau Pakdi.
Croker missed the green on the left, so par putt. Opening hole right now playing very difficult.
Bogey to start for Quinton Croker of Australia.
Only seen 2 pars at the opening hole this way. Now the second Fang. Can he make a birdie? Good speed.
He sure
What a
can.
putt.
He can make birdie. Zhu Qianfeng, by the way, that's an Army base nearby. Training ground. That's what we're hearing in the background. First hole.
And once again, fairway miss, ball sitting down in the zoysia and water. It's tough to get the normal flight. Because of the steepness of the bank in front of this green, very difficult to try and force it to run up. Somehow he's going to have to fly this at least on the front.
This is Masato Sumiuchi.
Wayward.
It's a whole process in the rain, Frank. Glove on, glove off, towels, staying dry. You have to sort of slow everything down. Now the wind.
This is the best tee shot we've seen so far at the opening hole. Not too bad. Still a long way from target.
So Lau Pakdi made a par save at 1. See if he can do it again here at the second. With confidence. Plays at Arizona State. Cho back to first.
First play, we've seen go long here at the opening hole. Got a good lie.
Dealing with the heavy rains here in Japan. We are just underway in the 3rd round of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
Third shot for the Australian Billy Dowling, the 11th. Converted par 5, par 4 this week. Well played. So 6 and 11 will play very difficult. Par 72 for the members of the Taiheiyo Club. And this is the team of Park, Ford and Chen. It's got a couple of minutes to wait. All 3 players in red numbers. Paul Gow, you'll be following this group. Your impressions of perhaps what the day might offer?
Yeah, Frank, it's just coming down a little bit heavier now. It's about controlling what you can control and taking your time. And, you know, these young men will learn a lot from a day like today. And this first tee shot's a little bit daunting, you know, some 35 up, you know, trying to move it right to left to get it down there, some water on the left. And just trying to stay dry. It's interesting looking at everybody around, and they're quite wet from the morning round, and a lot of white towels and a lot of umbrellas up. So interesting day ahead.
Paul, you've helped a lot of young Australian players. If you give them one piece of advice in conditions like this, what would it be?
Frank, I think it is. It's just about being patient. And I actually played pretty good in the rain because I took my time. You know, when I played properly, I'd hurry up. But in these conditions, it made you go slow.
Steady rain here at Taiheiyo Club Gotemba, 60 miles southwest of Tokyo, as we get the delayed third round at last underway. So 2:30 in the afternoon here in Japan on a Saturday. 72 holes. We did make a cut. It came at 7 over par. 64 players getting to play these final 2 rounds. Lead right now is at 7 under par. It is Rintaro Nakano from Japan. He's teeing off in a little bit more than an hour. And this is group number 4. And they're at 1 under par and 6 back.
This rain now coming in a little bit left to right. These players are trying to aim it at the right trap and just sling it around that corner. This one headed a long way right. It's always very difficult in these conditions to turn through the ball, Frank, isn't it?
It is, especially if you're wearing rain gear. Feel restricted.
There's Jae-min Park of Korea. Sumiuchi of Japan. Third shot. And a good one.
Frank, this young man looks like he could be playing second row for the New Zealand Warriors. He's got a lot of speed in his golf swing, good solid setup. He's looking at hoisting this down over that right-hand bunker, turning it back to the fairway. And that one's headed right too. Can't quite turn through the ball.
He's going to get a swing, but he's got plenty of problems out there. He plays at Royal Wellington
Next
Golf
on the
Club.
tee from Chinese Taipei, Chi-Chun Chen.
20 years old. In his 4th start in the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, has not yet missed a cut. And he's a sophomore at the University of Houston in Texas. Freddie Couples, Jim Nance, Houston Cougars, Billy Ray Brown.
This one headed a long way left, just left of the trap there. Well, they were away.
Chi-Chun said he was inspired by AAC alum C.T. Pan, who went on to win a bronze medal at the Olympic Games.
Now at 11, par putt for Billy Dowling.
Just burns that left edge.
I almost think advantage for the leaders that have not yet teed off Rich. Seeing the players struggle at the moment.
Randy Bintang led after 18 holes. He's from Indonesia. He's only 1 back. We had the better than 6-hour delay on Friday, and that has sort of put us well behind schedule. But we are on the road, the rainy road to catching up. Rintaro Nakano of the home country, Japan, is leading by 1, teeing off in a little bit more than an hour here at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship outside of Tokyo.
the famed finishing hole at 18. We'll wait. Perhaps champion tomorrow evening. Need a birdie or an eagle to complete the job. Nice to see Kelvin. Now talk to Amanda. Tell us his impressions of this great championship. And that excellent second round too of 66 to get himself in contention. Final group, 3 heavyweights really. Nakano, John Rahm, like swing 66-67. He's played beautifully. Very few drop shots. Wenyi Ding, 5th ranked amateur in the world, 67-67. He's done that quite easily. But Randy Bintang, the best round of the championship so far, that opening round of 65, the young man from Indonesia. Well, I'm hopeful that that rain has stopped for a little while. Umbrella's still out. Tony Chen, fortunate with the lift clean in place, these conditions. First 2 holes have played quite difficult. They will get a par 5 coming up on the very next hole. Gonna have to have a complete game today. Course playing long. Green's tough to hit, so it's time to grind.
It's a good soaking rain here. Players having to deal with it. Just underway in the 3rd round. Taiheiyo Club Gotemba in Japan. Let's bring in Paul Gao.
Yeah, it's like gorillas in the mist down here. It is a lot of the cedar out here, and Park here is actually got no shot because there's a big cedar right in front of him. You know, loose stance, can't get a drop off this cart path. Just trying to navigate his way through back to the fairway.
I mentioned Jaden Ford, a member at Royal Wellington. This championship was played at Royal Wellington in 2017. Yushin Lin on the first of his 2 championships there.
Frank, I think he's trying to get a drop here with his stance. That could get him away from that tree where he might be able to get it to somewhere near the front edge of the green. This first hole playing a brute.
Ryan Ang now at the 10th. Yeah, water's starting to collect on the green.
It's the first time this week seen puddles on the green.
Oh, man.
Excuse me.
From way downtown.
60+ feet for Ryan Ang from Singapore. That's why he's laughing. This was moving. Oh, they have a bullet train. Back to the opening hole.
Jaden Ford.
Ford trying to muscle it down there.
Frank, not much you can do out of these conditions, trying to just get it back to the fairway. I'm now currently standing in this zoysia rough, and it is thick, it's deep. So emphasis on hitting the fairways. Yeah, Ford is he's asked for an official to come down who's sitting up on the tee there, so it could take a little bit of time down here on the first hole.
While we wait, we'll take you to the second hole. This is Quentin Croker. This is birdie putt for the Australian. Hold on. Okay. He is fluent, Frank, in all facets of the game.
I still can't believe he has to wake up at 4 o'clock every day.
If you're a greenskeeper, that's call time. Kobayashi, Furuse, and Kartik Singh, all at 2 under par, getting set for their third rounds.
Jaden Ford still waiting for an official. Imagine he's trying to get at least a foot on the cart path to make that position a little more advantageous.
Frank, it allows him to use the rules to his advantage because there's a big cedar right in front of him. If he gets relief, he can actually get it round it and get it somewhere near the front of the green. So it's just taking it, you know, taking the rules to work for you.
Rich, we talked about how hard it is, but I mean, we've already seen, I mean, this putt here at the second by Fang.
Zhu Qianfeng.
It's raining, it's pouring, they're still making birdie. And I thought that one was good. Like 30 feet, but 10. This is 60 feet. 60 feet from the front.
Yeah, Ryan Ang.
Yeah. And it's moving.
Full swing at that. Bottom of the barrel.
But his smile too was like, it was incredible. It was like, how did that go? You gotta love it. It's going to work out in Ford's favor. Create a little bit more of a corridor left side of this tree.
Frank, he's just got to watch out. If he's going left of this tree, he's got to keep it low of the pine that's in front of him. But there's a little pond down the left-hand side. A gap between the pond and the bunker is only, geez, 15 to 20 yards wide. It's probably one to take a bit of time and lay it up short of that bunker and try your best at trying to get it up and down for a par on the first hole. It's taken off the jacket there just because you're a lot freer to get a bit of speed through the ball here.
I thought he was taking relief from the temporary water, but the ball's actually nearly in a puddle now. Paul.
Yeah, he's taking relief from the cart path. He was taking his stance to take relief, and there is a few puddles forming in all different parts. As you can imagine, we are on a hill. It's 35 yards downhill.
Well, likes the lie. Does he like the shot?
He's just caught the trees on the way through there, but lucky enough, it's hit the fairway. A little bit of luck to start the day.
Frank, you ever sort of modify or change your swing in the heavy rains?
As we watched Lepuc do, yeah, sometimes you shorten it up a little, see if he can make birdie at par 5. Nicely done. Yeah,
good young player.
You try and work on clipping it off the top of the grass. You could go down the club like a 1/4 of an inch, but you really do try and focus, not necessarily on distance, but you've got to try and make sure that you're getting the ball, big targets, conservative targets. Just squeezing on the green 30 feet away is fine in these conditions. The worst thing you can do is, because it's soft, think it's target golf, because you don't have the same contact with ball and club.
There is no electricity in the area, so they play on.
There is a buzz, though.
As there always is at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, with all that's on the line. Invitation to the Masters, spot in the Open next summer, and as well in the amateur. Royal St. George's. That's Kartik Singh, and this was at the end of the second round, not that long ago, Frank.
No, forced to lay it up and just hit the best wedge shot in there. That was a good finish. He birdied 2 of his last 4 holes to get in with that round of 67.
Kartik will begin 5 shots off the lead. Only 14. To the second hole. Sumiuchi from Japan. Okay, good shot, hole high. Masato Sumiuchi. This is Jaden Ford, 3rd shot here at the first.
123, Rich. It's coming down pretty heavy. You've got to take an extra club to get it back to this pin. Oh, nice shot to start the day there.
Decent look. Chance to save his par. It sounds cliche. Say patience is so important, but you have no other choice here in these conditions but to be patient. Be in it, take it.
Okay, guys. This is group number 5. On the tee, from Japan, Sean Kobayashi.
Shun Kobayashi.
Heads towards the right bunker, should be fine.
Next on the tee, from Japan, Koichiro Furuse.
Again, all 10 players who started this championship from Japan, the home country, making the cut. Koichiro Furuse.
This is first Asia Pacific Amateur start. He's 3 years older than his contemporary in the same group, similar line. Oh, nestles down.
Next on the tee, from India, Kartik Singh.
It's a young player who has opened some eyes. Kartik Singh of India.
Just 14. Well, with a swing like that, Rich, I remember a 14-year-old that did pretty well about a dozen years ago. I think Kartik Singh might just follow in a similar mold.
You're talking about Guan Tianlong. And Kartik Singh won the boys 13-14 division in the prestigious Junior Worlds in San Diego. That's a junior tournament that so many great players through the years have competed in and won. He also finished tied for 3rd in the junior players at TPC Sawgrass. He was 6th, the Arne Junior Open in Scotland. So he is racking up some strong finishes in some of the best junior events around the world. And just recently, in fact, a week ago in Canada, he played in the Junior President's Cup, Frank, for the international side.
And worth reminding, still 14 years of age.
Just to have a good build, solid lower base, player to keep an eye on.
Now the second, Joe from just on the fringe. Good putt. Really good putt.
That's a great putt, Frank. Sung-Yap Cho of Korea. And he is into red figures and pops a smile. Why not?
Yeah, one of the best approach shots we've seen at the opening hole, Chen.
Chi-Chun Chen, Chinese Taipei. There'll be some tired young men tonight. Don't forget they have the gala here at the club. Here's the defending champ, Jasper Stubbs from Australia.
Struggled on day one, has put up a good fight since.
He made a putt late last year. Royal Melbourne, that was a curling to the right. He dropped 10 balls from that spot. It was probably, what, 20, 25 feet. But just because of the severity of the break, you'd say he makes 1, maybe 2 out of 10 max.
And the speed of the greens.
Exactly.
Now at the second.
Masato Sumiuchi.
Wow, starting to see some putts
here we go,
in.
Frank. Yeah, here we go. Jamin Park, this is for par. Oh, wow. Just a little too much pace for Jamin Park of Korea. Korea has, over the last 20 years since KJ Choi emerged as a real force in the world of golf. Siwoo Kim, Tom Kim, they made their presence felt at the President's Cup a week ago. Siwoo's one of players. So it is Rintaro Nakano still the tee off, and now Lau Pakdi for birdie at the fort to get to red figures. Guys are starting to figure out the greens, and they are pure. And these youngsters are rolling it. Back-to-back birdies for Pangsapak Lau Pakdi from Thailand. This will be a good par right here for Jaden Ford at the first. Tad low. That's bogey to start. Lost his tee shot right. Tried to play it out of trouble. They were just getting started here in the third round with the leaders, including Rintaro Nakano, exciting player who generates a lot of speed. He'll go out with Randy Bintang and Wen Yi Ding in the third round of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
At the opening hole, Kartik Singh, his second. Squeeze that one in from left to right. That's a good shot from Singh, safely on deck.
I think they understood because they were laughing because they heard the accent and they were like,
little bit of a wait here for Phoenix Campbell, Taiheiyo and Enrique Demayugu from the Philippines. Campbell, just 16 years of age. They're waiting for second shot for Kobayashi at the bottom of the hill. Oh, excellent. Patience. One step at a time today. Big opportunity in these conditions. It's gonna get to some players, that's for sure.
Order is Phoenix, you go first, then Taishi, then Enrique.
The Asia Pacific Amateur Championship is brought to you by Delta Airlines. Delta, keep climbing. 3M Science, applied to life. And in partnership with Rolex. It's one of the happiest days of the year. It's Sunday before the Masters. Drive, chip, and putt. For more information on that exciting youthful initiative, the Drive, Chip, and Putt Championship, go to drivechipandputt.com. It's kids 7 to 15. Chance to compete at Augusta National and see their name on that leaderboard. Same leaderboard that has had Hideki Matsuyama on top, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan, Tiger Woods, so many of the game's greats, Jordan Spieth, Adam Scott from Australia, now Phoenix Campbell.
This one is very high and headed left, guys.
Next on the tee from Japan, Taishi Moto.
Taiheiyo Moto.
Three wood, so he can take that straight at the bunker down the right, Colt.
Yeah, these are much different conditions than they had earlier. Playing extremely long right now. Ooh, this one is headed right. This is not a good start.
Next on the tee from Philippines, Enrique Demayuga.
Exciting young player, Demayuga, playing at Colts alma mater, SMU. See Dallas on his sleeve right there.
The 3-1 SMU Mustangs, Rich. Beat TCU, just for the record, for those Fort Worth people listening at home.
That's a big win. SMU all the way back in football.
This man has some speed right here. This one fading back towards the center of the fairway should be good.
Demayuga was born and raised in London to Filipino parents. So bunkered off the first. But you enjoy watching him play. Good, a lot of personality. Translates into his game. He gets after it. Prior to SMU, he was at University of Nevada and won 3 college tournaments.
In May. Nice. Where are you playing? You got card anywhere? I got Asian Tour Q Score card.
Furuse from Japan here at the first.
One of the all 10 Japanese players playing final 2 rounds. Good shot.
Yeah, dancing around the flagstick. Alexander Yang at the 10th. He's from Hong Kong.
Should just move a fraction to his right as it slows down. Instead, just piles it in. Yang moves to +3, his 8th birdie of the week.
Golf balls do funny things, don't they? And they cooperate once in a while. Now, lengthy birdie putt, Kartik Singh here at the first.
Uphill.
Slow down. Yeah, we're seeing that, Frank, out of the gates on this first hole. Guys having difficulty adjusting to the green speeds.
No question, they were a little slower this morning. We just got the information from the green stuff. They're just a fraction under 11 on the stimp meter now, so they have picked up a little speed.
Frank, there's a lot on the line. It's a game changer, isn't it?
It is. To get to play in 2 of the 4 major championships, it's quite incredible. It really is. Well, they've already started their career, but kickstart their career.
Hideki Matsuyama won this twice, springboarding to fame, winning the Masters in 2021. Now, countryman Kobayashi. Just lost pace at the end. Quinton Croker at the par 3 4th.
Using the front tee at the moment. And a front flag, so the hole playing the shortest it has all week. Good opportunity now for Croker to make 2. Very pretty hole. Now back to the opening hole.
Par putt. Harsh lip out. And a disappointing bogey to start for the 14-year-old from India. Running a little hot as he goes to the second tee. The bogey right out of the gates. So 2 from Japan set to go, and 1 competitor from Korea. All at 3 under par and 4 back here in Japan.
Yamamoto second at the opening hole. The lie is not too bad, but it has to go around the trees. Slight downhill line doesn't help either. Not going to fly the ball as well. Needs to carry it all the way. Definitely aiming a little left, trying to cut it back. Starts down the left. Should be fine. Another one that the Australian Gareth Jones, who helps their golf development program, has lent on. Got this hole covered left and right. And now Phoenix Campbell from that left rough.
Back to Taiheiyo Club Gotemba. Second hole, this is Jaden Ford after a bogey at number 1. back at the first. Here is Enrique de Mayuga.
Perfect lie in this right fairway bunker, just 151 left. The range really compacted this sand, so this is basically just like playing off the fairway, Frank.
Providing you get ball first.
He did not get ball first there. That was heavy and comes up way short.
So this is a really good story from this Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Salah Al-Kabi of Qatar making the cut for the first time in his 11th championship start. It is the first for his country. And what a wonderful achievement. He had a chance to chat with Amanda after the round.
Salah Al-Kabi is joining us now, and you just made history. The first player from Qatar to make the cut in Asia Pacific Amateur Championship history. How does that sound?
I'm really proud of myself, first thing, and that's a good thing, representing my country in a good way and representing my team also. So big thanks for my team and my coaches, all the team who helped me to reach this achievement. And I'm really proud of myself to be the first Qatari representing the AAC and making the cuts.
You should be extremely proud of yourself. And there's been a lot of effort that's gone into this. This is your 11th start here, and you've also attended the AAC Academy not once, but 2 times. How has your development been directly tied to those experiences?
I mean, the AAC Academy really helped me a lot. I have been in Dubai, in Jumeirah Golf Course, I think so, and I have been in Thailand once. I couldn't attend this year because we had a camp with my team in Morocco. I mean, these 2 academies give me really good experience for how to play the golf course and how to manage it, and all the coaches down there were helping us to get improved better and better. And this year I have been, unfortunately, I was with my team in Morocco, but at the same time we get the same experience. It's the same.
Yeah. So now that you've made the cut, what's the goal for the rest of this weekend?
The goal to get my place, I mean, get my position better and better on every single time. And you know, the weather is like awesome right now. It's a tough weather for everyone, not just for me. Especially I'm coming from the Middle East region. We don't have much of rain during our season. So it's going to be tough. I'm going to try my best to get better position.
What's the one thing you've had to kind of learn quickly in conditions like these?
To be patient in every single shot. Yeah. Don't go rush. Don't try to play hard. Try to play safe in every single hole. Birdies will come, and try to avoid bogeys.
History made. Give me a high five. That's awesome. Congratulations. Rich?
Golfers speak the same language, don't they, Frank, around the world? Limit mistakes.
Persistence, too, as Amanda said, his 11th try. Great story now at the opening hole.
Oh, boy. Not sure what happened there with de Mayuga.
Not an ideal start, Rich. We're a second-half team.
All right, this is par putt now for the defending champ, Jasper Stubbs. Oh, yeah. Beautiful roll. What a last year it's been for Jasper Stubbs, Masters Open Championship. And now Moto here at the first. Good shot, Taishi Moto. Country that loves its sport. All paying attention to Shohei Ohtani as the Dodgers get set to take on the Padres in Major League Baseball playoffs. Now Kartik Singh.
Out of play with the tee shot. He's done well to get that just off the front of this green.
Fourth shot now for Enrique de Mayuga.
Pretty straightforward here, but this rain is really coming down.
He's going to have to
Rich, he's been extremely steep with those chip shots.
You have to scrap for a bogey. Birdie putt now at the 4th for the Australian, Quinton Croker.
From hole high. Good, too.
For a good player. Claw back some of what he'd lost. So Australia's had great success in this championship. So Phoenix Campbell of the 7 is the lone Aussie under par at the moment. So we talked about Jasper Stubbs, defending champ, and we talk about those experiences that come with winning this title, and it begins in April at the Masters. What a moment for Jasper Stubbs. Aussie rules. Jasper Stubbs has won the 2023 Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
When I'm not playing tournament golf, I work for my old man. He owns a skip bin business, delivering bins to construction and residential housing to fill up. And when he's done with that, he brings them back to me and I'll sort out what he brings back.
It was important to instill a really good work ethic in Jasper. Whatever pathway he takes, that work ethic needs to be there for him to be able to do what he does in life. And at the moment, it's playing golf.
You're not a Masters player at 13, but you have the characteristics that you become a Masters player. And I saw that many, many years ago in the way he would go about his training.
Everyone's always in the pursuit of trying to get better, whether it's get longer, get straighter, get more consistent. So I think it's super important to have a team of people to push you to the next level that you want to reach. When the invitation came, it was amazing. Finally sunk in that I get to play in the Masters.
Now he's going to play Augusta. He's going to play the Masters in Augusta.
Coming to Augusta, it's obviously always spoken about how perfect it is, and I think it definitely lives up to that expectation.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake. I think I've been waiting for this moment, I guess, all my life, and now that I'm finally here, it's definitely living up to the expectations that I'd put on it as a kid. No matter how I play, it's just going to be an amazing experience.
Frank, 2 tournaments really around the world, with due respect to the PGA Championship and the U.S. Open, but 2 tournaments that are sort of golden. Every young golfer dreams of making the drive down Magnolia Lane and teeing it up, and then as well playing in an Open.
Well, as we look at, Jasper is still just 21 years of age. Golfers, with the exception of British and American players, there was never really an opportunity. So this championship coming here 15 years ago created a chance for amateur golfers to do even what professionals aspire to.
What a thrill to win where he grew up. And the Sandbelt region, which has some of the greatest golf courses in the world. You get a President's Cup, Kingston Heath in a few years' time, 2028. Having produced so many good golfers, and you played a lot down there, I know. And here is another Aussie, Phoenix Campbell.
Yeah, the best of their 7 contingent, best chance at 3 under.
Much different style of golf here than what we saw a year ago, where they could play the ground game at Royal Melbourne. Now Cho at the 4th.
This hole is just playing its yardage across the water. Good shot. I mean, there's still enough opportunity in these conditions. Some long par 4s, but cannot afford to do what like Demiaga has done here at the opening hole. Tee shot in the bunker and trying to get away with 5.
That's a brutal start. Double bogey out of the gates. This is a Yang at the 11th.
Been one of the hardest holes all week by virtue of the yardage. 504 yards of par 4.
Ooh, right at it.
That is special.
Persistent.
You or the rain?
The rain has us all two down, I think, at this point, Frank. There's Cooper Moore, 16 years old, from your home country, Frank.
I think Amanda had a lovely chat with him. I don't think these conditions will bother him. He comes from Christchurch. They can get some cool weather down there.
This is on to start his day.
Cut. 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 Cut.
Good pass at that.
Yeah, Song Hyun-an of Korea. Now Kartik Singh, after that bogey at the first.
Went with a lot of loft. I know it's wet conditions, but I think you'd like a do-over at that. Now back to the first. Ball slightly above his feet. Slipped. Gets a little piece of the green. It's not a bad shot from Shu. Now far enough back from the lip here for Maruo. Sounded like a nice strike. Yeah,
Okay.
well done from that left bunker.
Ryo Maruo from Japan. Back up at the first tee. So again, this is the start of the third round. It's 3:15 in the afternoon on a Saturday here in Japan. We had quite a few delays on Friday because of the fog and rain. So we're still playing catch up. They'll play a lot of golf on Sunday, that's for sure. About 2 hours, 20 minutes or so of daylight remaining. Kudos to the staff here, grounds crew.
Playing in group number 8.
Getting this golf course
from
ready.
New Zealand, Cooper Moore.
Cooper Moore. His debut in this championship.
Just piped that.
Just
Next
starting to
on the tee
pop up
from
on the
China,
international scene.
Zuchi
Runner-up at the R&A
Zhao.
Junior Open in Scotland this year. Zhu Qingzhou of China. Loves it. He sent that, Frank. Wow. And ahead on the green, Fukuzumi from Japan. Just to get to 4 under. First tee. Another Japanese player, Matsui. Ryura Matsui.
Not often you see the oldest player in the group is 18. Two 18-year-olds and a 16-year-old teeing off there in the third to last group. Now, can we see a birdie up ahead, though, for Maruo? Needs to keep going.
Oh, man. Just a little too much heat on that, but good effort, Reo Maruo. Par putt now second for Kartik Singh to avoid back-to-back bogeys to start his third round. Oh, wow. It's a good putt. Tough start, though, for the young man from India. Frank, you can see even at 14, he's already solidly put together.
It'll be interesting to see what he does after the opening 2 bogeys. Seemed a little frustrated in that first hole. That carried over into the second. Needs to calm down. Now back at 1. Great second shot for An. This one will move away from him. Good opportunity missed. Now up ahead for the par 3. Nguyen now to get to 2 under, and does.
An Minh Nguyen from Vietnam. But that Faldo series, tournaments in Vietnam, a good academy, the AAC Academy, they are starting to produce players like An Minh. Final group will be teeing off in just a few moments, led by Rintaro Nakano here in Japan.
Last group still waiting. Penultimate group will be teeing off just a short while. Have to compete not just for the championship, but with Mother Nature, the feet of Mount Fuji. Second time this championship is being played in Japan. First was crowning of a champion, Hideki Matsuyama. We hope for the same this year. 63 players will play the final 2 rounds. Defending champion Jasper Stubbs sparred his first 2 holes, teed off the 10th.
First hole, rain letting up just a bit. Here is Matsui ready to go. 4 shots back as he begins his 3rd round. Ryura Matsui.
Once again, downhill lie. Seeing players struggle to flight it here. You've got to move the ball back in your stance. And that's come out low and heavy. Popular miss.
It's a tough opening hole, Frank.
It is. Yeah, I know we're going to say fairway first. I mean, some of these fairways are nearly 50 yards wide. Get on a downhill lie in wet conditions. Very little chance of keeping the ball in the air.
Now, Cooper Moore from New Zealand.
Still slight downhill lie.
Sounded good. That's a pretty good shot. Be very happy with that off of that lie.
Starts quite difficult. 2 par 4s heading away from the clubhouse. Par 5 in the other direction.
Got the moisture on the fairways right there, but it's held up well, the golf course.
Yes, and that's where you can use the rules. It's called, when I grew up, it was casual water, now temporary water. Players can get relief from that and still lift clean in place. Isn't it?
So just 2 groups to go from Malaysia. Adam Risk Rohizam, Wang Nugai Shen from Hong Kong, and the guy they call Kelvin C from Macau, China, off an impressive 66. Final 3-ball is Rintaro Nakano of Japan. He's leading by 1 over Wenyi Ding and Randy Bintang. Ding lost a playoff at Royal Melbourne last year. Best player in this field, highest ranked at 5th in the world, and Bintang from Indonesia.
It's nice to hear Jasper Stubbs talk about how important last year was for him, how he enjoyed the fruits of his labor, winning at Royal Melbourne, traveling around the world as the reigning Asia Pacific Amateur Champion.
Chance to play with Justin Rose, Royal Troon. He played with former Masters champ Zach Johnson at Augusta National, Corey Connors.
The Rose thing I actually found interesting at the Open. You referenced it yesterday, because that's where Justin Rose cut his teeth as an amateur in the Open Championship. So I think he identified with him in that situation.
And I think a reminder that the road is difficult, but you need to, you used this word earlier, persevere. Justin Rose, remember, finished 4th as a 17-year-old amateur at Birkdale in 1998, holed the shot on the 72nd hole, turns professional and misses 21 consecutive cuts, and then goes on from there to become one of the best professionals of his generation.
And touch and serendipity was 1988. Mark O'Meara won both the Open Championship and the Masters.
1998.
Sorry, 1998. Won both the Masters and the Open Championship.
And hats off to Mark O'Meara, just retired after a decorated career. Member of the World Golf Hall of Fame at Pebble Beach, where he won 5 times.
Former U.S. Amateur Champion. Now, second shot for Zal.
It's a good-looking move, Frank.
Oh, the best shot we've seen.
Superb shot. Attacking the flagstick. Zhu Qingzhou of China.
Appears to be the wettest fairway on the golf course this opening hole. Now, up ahead, second hole. Moto came up a little shy. Still a chance for 3.
It's a good roll. Almost. Taishi Moto. Back up to the first tee. Paul Gao is with this group. Paul, how about the conditions at the moment?
Well, this group's definitely, or the last 2 groups have definitely caught a break. There's a bit of open sky up there. It's not coming down as hard. They can see it. They're walking around without their umbrellas, but you can see they're all a bit nervous. They're all sort of that nervous twitch on the first tee. It's a pretty important day for these young men to, to move their way up the leaderboard. So, and it's quite a daunting tee shot, down 35. 2 bunkers there. You must hit the fairway. This is the time to bring your A game.
Rizk Adam Rohizam from Malaysia.
Just a 3-wood off the tee here. Just hit a little bit right there. This will miss the fairway right. Just a constant shot off this first tee.
Next on the tee, from Hong Kong, China, Wang Gai Shen.
From Hong Kong, Wang Gai Shen, 5 under, 2 back.
Aiming this down the left side, trying to take it across that bunker, and he's absolutely ripped at that.
Next on the tee, from Macau, China, Kelvin Shi.
"22 years old, in his 6th Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Best finish was 17th a couple of years ago in Thailand. Spoke to Amanda earlier, graduate of University of San Diego.
Taking another aggressive line here, and that is ripped right down the middle. A couple of good tee shots to start the day.
So the improving conditions, we see 2 better tee shots at the opening hole.
Down by the green. This is a Matsui 3rd shot.
Releases nicely.
Good work. Soft hands. Ryura Matsui. 2nd hole.
After the good tee shot.
Sung Hyun Ahn of Korea.
Plenty of room behind this flag. So that's a good shot, comfortably in front 3rd.
Cooper Moore. This for birdie at the first to get to 5 under right out of the chute.
It's got to go.
Sort of whiffed on that. And he knew it. Up at the par 3 4th. Here's Jaden Ford, also of New Zealand.
Yet to make a par today. Bogeyed the opening 2 holes, birdie at the previous.
Ooh.
And a chance for another.
Can throw darts as soft as it is. Joe at the first. Nope. Suching Joe. There's the leader. Going to enjoy watching him play. Frank, you compared his swing to which great professional?
John Rahm. It's very, very similar. The plane of the swing as well as the length of the backswing. He'll play for with Wen Yi Ding for the 3rd straight round now up ahead. More to salvage. But well done.
Right. Starting to look up. Weather's improving. There is big Wen Yi Ding from China getting set to go in the final group. Only 1 shot back of Rintaro Nakano here, the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. This is a Jaden Ford birdie putt here at the 4th hole, par 3. Okay. To fight back. Bogey, bogey, birdie, birdie. Tells you his head's in the right place. Into red figures. Sung Hyun An here at the 2nd. Just to get to -4. Leads at 7. Wow. They're starting to fill it up. Winds are down. Course clearly is soft and saturated. So we expect some good scoring here this afternoon. Now Quentin Croker at the 6th. Okay. Let's go back to the 2nd hole and bring in Paul Gao once again. Excuse me, the 1st hole.
Rich, there's an emphasis on hitting these fairways today and hanging lies, and you know it's tough if you're playing out of the rough, that's for sure. Getting bat to ball, getting some speed through the ball, real key.
Ready golf, you like to see that, Frank?
Oh, I applaud that. Stops the time wasting.
I'm big for it in the professional game, Frank. They need to quicken up a little bit. This is Chang on the 1st, only from 120. 310 to carry that trap. He's done it easy. Massive tee shot.
Yeah, at the professional level, everyone seems to agree that it's an issue, needs to be improved. Everyone except the players.
See some aggressive practice swings there from Nakano. And, well, Cole, that practice swing is harder than your normal one, that's for sure.
It's harder than most people's normal one, Frank. I'll say this, his practice swing might be faster than my ball speed.
He's an impressive player. You know Ding is. Should be a good tussle. Now up ahead, after trying to get some relief there. Temporary water.
Kelvin's called for a rules here, but he's just in the middle of the fairway, the edge here. If he goes back up a bit, he's looking for where he takes the relief. But I would say if he goes back another 3 or 4 yards, and there's no water sitting there. If he goes forward, there's a lot of water sitting on that bench just before it goes straight down the hill.
Are you coming?
If you can find some higher ground, really what you're trying to do is you want the contact between club and ball. I'm going to keep harping on that because when the water starts to fill up the grooves, you lose control. And that's, you sit it in the fairway, you want to take a full advantage of that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Rules official on his way now from the 2nd tee. Shouldn't be long.
4th hole, this is Kartik.
Another player off to a tough start. Bogeys at the opening 2 holes, so Singh needs to get one in close. Not bad.
Wen Yi Ding's dad. Been a lot of fun to watch. He's fired up out there. Double fist pumps everywhere we go.
He's turning caddying into an Olympic sport. His dad. I think that's the powerlifting move. And well, if you're a boxer, yeah, maybe a little, you'd be a middleweight.
Hoping to be throwing some haymakers late tomorrow afternoon in support of his son.
He's doing a very good job of reading these greens, actually.
Quentin Croker at the 6th. hit it in close. This to get it back to 1 over par.
Rich, that's like an eagle, because this is a par 5 for the members. I know it's a tee up, but that is a huge 3.
Okay, finally, C with relief and set to go. Not quite. You see, Roizam had already hit his 3rd shot.
Yeah, he wasn't waiting around, that's for sure. This has taken some time. 144 here. This pin on 15. There's a little ridge that sits in the middle of this green. Now, I haven't seen a shot today that's got right of this pin. It's a little bit cheeky to get right, but if you want to start with a bit of confidence, you're going to have to take this pin on. Should slide a little bit right to left off the ball being lower than his feet. It'll help a fade. Oh, the greenkeeper's not going to like that. That is a big divot. And the ball's going way right.
Wouldn't say that was worth the wait. Here we go. Final game is on the first tee. Here's the leader, Rintaro Nakano. Hoping to follow in the footsteps of Hideki Matsuyama, who won it back-to-back in 2010 and 11. Takumi Kanaya from Japan won it in 2018. Keita Nakajima won in 2021. All 3 have gone on to professional success. Matsuyama winning the Masters 3 years ago.
Group number 10. On the tee, from Japan, Rintaro Nakano.
Colt Knost is going to be following this final threesome.
All right, here we go, guys. Nothing like a little extra wait time when you're probably as nervous as you've ever been in your life. That bunker down the left, around 280 yards to cover with his power. I don't think that should be an issue. This is absolutely torched right over the top of that bunker.
Next on the tee, from China, Wei Din.
Colt, you've seen him now for a couple of years. What do you think of Wen Yi Ding?
He's got all the tools. No surprise to see him up there in contention. He's the highest ranked player in the field, the favorite, and he's playing like it. And Frank, I don't think these conditions are going to bother him. He has an extremely stable club face, really holds that off through the finish. I expect him to play well today.
Does not take a deep divot, Chalps, in these conditions.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Right up the center. Needs a little bounce to the left.
Next on the tee, from Indonesia, Randy Bintang.
Coming out of those Asia Pacific Amateur Championship academies in Indonesia, spread across the region in hopes of developing players from countries that don't have a sizable footprint in the game.
I think it's going to be very important for him just to play his own game, not pay attention to the other two who hit it much further. Yeah, good start there.
That'll work.
Well, if there was nerves at the opening hole for this last group, didn't show it there. 3 excellent tee shots.
Thanks. How much? I don't want to start on 6 tee box par.
Good spirit amongst those two.
Why are you using this green?
Interesting, from Japan and China, chatting in English, way down It's a great amateur championship here in Japan. Shen.
Some 25 feet, Rich, straight up the green here. It will move from his left to right and slow.
Now at the fourth birdie putt here for Kartik Singh from India. Wow. Just hanging on the edge. Frustration continues. Kelvin C at the first.
A little look up at that. Final group, so much focus on them.
There is Nakano, the leader. His coach, Gareth Jones, said he's not your typical Japanese player. He's 6'2", bit of a giant, speaks good English, and is not scared of going low. As we pick it up with Cooper Moore of New Zealand.
Nice and tidy. Struggled to make four at the opening hole. Now back to the first.
Kelvin C. From the fairway here at the first, he's in some trouble. Sumiuchi here at the sixth.
Driven it past the bunkers. There's water short right of this green. Oh, no issues there.
Yeah, with some shot by Masato Sumiuchi. First hole.
Rowe's arm now for par. One
Chance.
more turn.
Oh,
What
yeah.
a save.
Yeah. Risk Adam Rohizam from Malaysia. Stays at 5 under. Yeah, give it up. 2 shots back. A good play this is. Just a full release of that putter head. And down it goes. Wang Nagai Shen from Hong Kong also to save, and he too is up to it. Par at the first, 5 under, 2 back. It's a bunched up leaderboard. This at the second hole. Matsui. So it'll be 2 pars to start for Ryura Matsui. Kelvin C, bogey putt. Okay. Limit the damage. All right. Not surprisingly, with all the rain we've had, golf ball in hand, and let's bring in Colt with Randy Bentang.
He's going to be first to go here at the first. All 3 players found the fairway. But Bentang, he's going to give up quite a bit of yardage to these other 2 players, but he has the chance, Frank, to go first and put some pressure on these guys.
And right now we have the best conditions we've seen for a few hours.
It's still raining a little bit, but definitely not like it was. Bentang has 175 left. This one just a little right of it, needs to get up though.
Well, finds a piece, so not too bad. You can try and settle into the round playing with it. 2 favorites.
And Wendy Ding.
Just 143 left. Should be maybe take a little off a 9-iron here. Control your spin a little bit. But it's going to be fun to watch these 2 heavyweights go at it. Starts left, now fading towards it.
Yeah, nicely done. Just picked it off the turf. Didn't try and dig down, take the big divot. See him hit a lot of three-quarter iron shots already this week.
Now, Nakano.
Rain jacket off, just 134 left. Picked that one nicely.
Okay. Played the Sony Open on the PGA Tour earlier this year. Back in your home country, Frank, he played the New Zealand Open, DP World Tours ISPS Handa Championship here at Gotemba. So he's had some experience in professional events. He is currently Japan's best amateur player, and he is on top of the leaderboard back home at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.
Welcome to the green. We are live first hole, just underway in the third round. A lot later than we had hoped for, but good news is the weather's starting to break in favor of these players, and all indications are that we will get in 72 holes. They're just going to have to play a lot tomorrow.
They will. Now, Bintang actually has a chance to tie the lead here at the opening hole.
From right around 35 feet up the hill, going to move a little bit to his right. Greens still seem to have plenty of speed in them. Well, he gave that one a go.
Still good start. Nothing much there for his par 4 at the opening hole. These first two holes have been quite difficult.
So this was the first, and then along came the Latin America Amateur Championship, which will be celebrating its 10th anniversary in January in Argentina. We're going back to Pilar Golf Club outside of Buenos Aires, hosted the inaugural back in 2015. So, the dignitaries from the RNA, Martin Slumbers on the far left. There's Chairman Ridley, alongside some of the officials from Argentina Golf Association, Fred Perpall and Mike Wan of the USGA on the far right. Look forward to that trip in January. Last year in Panama. Now Wenyi Ding to tie the lead.
Similar distance, right around 30 feet. Nice solid start there.
So 10 years in on the Latin Am. This is the 15th anniversary of this great championship. U.S. Amateur, the Amateur, which goes to Royal St. George's, and the winner of this championship earns a spot in the Amateur. All of those with invitations to the great majors in the professional game. So this, these two championships, trying to grow the game, have very quickly become part of just a handful of the most prestigious amateur events in the world.
So I just ran out of speed, but a very easy par 4 for the local hero. Trying to become the 4th Japanese player to win this championship. Now Randy.
Just a little cleanup here. Still got to pay attention.
Good start.
So Nakano is hoping to follow in the footsteps of the one they call the senpai, kind of the mentor, the master. It is Hideki Matsuyama, who won this championship in 2010 and 2011. He was just 19 when he went to Butler Cabin as the low amateur at the 2011 Masters beside the winner, Charles Schwartzel. And then in 2021, he put the green jacket on.
You can forget that picture at 18.
Yeah, that image with Hideki's caddy, Shoto with the bow. Just respect and humility. That is so integral to the culture here in Japan.
It was an excellent 3 for Sumiuchi at the 6th. Now, the second hole, final group. Attack this par 4. Water on the left. Have to be wary of that. A lot of players have chose to lay up short of the bunker there. Around 250 yards. Very narrow if you try and thread it through that gap. No real need today in these soft conditions. Big enough green, 30 yards deep. And today, the hole very central in the back third. So it's all about that tee shot at the moment today. A decision, what club? It's not a hole you have to be overly aggressive on.
Frank, it's an awe-inspiring golf course. Just you feel small amongst these enormous trees, and then you turn around, and when it's cleared, you see Mount Fuji. It's humbling.
Yeah, Colt, I know you're down there. So many of these holes are framed beautifully by the trees, the tee boxes.
Yeah, I absolutely love this golf course, and this hole right here as well, Frank, because like you said, it gives you the option to push it up there if you want to. But if you're going to stay short of that water, need to be less than 260. Looked like he got a little bit out ahead of that one. But it's going to find the fairway. But Rich, it's pretty typical of this wonderful game we like to play. You prepare on Tuesday and Wednesday in perfect conditions, balls bouncing, and then they throw this at you.
Ability to adjust. It's what the great ones all possess, I think.
Same strategy for Ding.
This should be just fine as well, right down the middle. But that is a long ways back.
Randy Bingtang doesn't quite have the same firepower. So he might have to force the issue a little bit, which he's trying to force it a lot. Driver here.
Yeah, I don't think his driver can reach the water. It can reach the bunkers on the right. But that 260-yard carry right now is playing about 285.
Good swing.
Oh, yeah, he hits it on a string.
He loads up, Frank, doesn't he?
Does. So that's the best of the three.
Load up, let it go.
Now, if you don't have the same 220-yard power, then you've got to use your leg. Here's a wonderful turn. You can see him pull down there, and he starts to use the ground, that vertical leap, trying to get every bit out of it. I mean, a willy-wee frame. It's a big swing for a man that'll sort of grow into that body. I'm curious to see what it'll be like in about 2 years, 2 or 3 years. Puts on a little bit of muscle. Because the foundation's a very good golf swing. Now, up ahead.
Yeah, Wang Nagai Shen from Hong Kong.
This is his fourth shot here, coming up short with his second shot. This is going to be slow up the green. This pin right in the middle of the green, which is probably the most difficult spot.
Sung Hyun An at the fourth.
He needs to stay up.
Okay. Kelvin C, second hole. Bogey at the first. Not bashful. And not done. Got 7 feet left. Couldn't quite see Fuji-san.
We don't need any more water.
Rohizam to get to within 1. Beautiful. I mean, that was pure. Malaysia in the mix. Is the leader, Taro Nakano. A par putt for Kelvin C. With authority.
Yeah, avoids a back-to-back bogey start. So he's just walking around. There's some temporary water. Can't search for it.
This is Shu Fukuzumi at the fourth.
Already been 4 birdies at the par 3. So far, one of the easiest holes out here. And settle. Chance for perhaps the 5th birdie.
U.S. Junior Amateur Champion. He won at Bandon Dunes in Oregon, first from China to win a USGA event. This past year, he won the Southern Am. Within amateur golf circles in the United States, he is well known.
Well, he's got his hands full here. 200 yards uphill, back into a little wind and rain. I would say something around 220 is going to be required. Wow, does this look good in the air?
That was a great shot, Colt.
Frank, his tempo's so good.
It is. Doesn't try and overpower the ball, which is in these conditions. And that fairway was extremely wet. It's a lovely rhythm. It's almost like setting a clock, isn't it? It's just 1, 2 is impact, 3 is the balanced follow through.
You like the soft knees that you guys talk about sometimes in your game, and you know, at the highest level.
Yeah, it's almost like an Ernie Els type rhythm.
Yeah. And he is about Ernie's size, isn't he?
I would say height only, Rich.
Now, Nakano.
A little surprised he hasn't put the rain jacket back on. It's really starting to come down once again, and it's hard to find a dry spot in these fairways to place the golf ball. That from 185. Needs to travel.
Yeah, not bad. You just see so much water getting in the way. There's not much you could do there.
Frank, I would say with these conditions, the heavy air and the rain, I mean, it's almost a full club you have to adjust.
Yeah, I'm with you. And if you have a shot like that, 200 yards plus, I mean, it's just splash. So you lose control. You don't get the spin, so therefore you don't get the flight and the hang time.
Been getting some great pictures from our crew under the direction of one of the best in the business, Mike Crow, alongside Sellers Shy. They've been putting in the hours, all the women and men on this crew. We appreciate it, all of it. Now, Bintang.
From 170, leaking a little right.
He tried to hammer the 7-iron. Saw that at the bottom of the club. Perhaps a little ambitious.
Let's see what's going on at the 6th hole.
Now, Park. Seen a few putts being made from here. Sadly, this one's for bogey. Well, that's a relief.
Jae-min Park from Korea. Hyun on at the 4th.
Still a good start. 1 birdie and the rest pars so far for Ahn. Now to 6.
Jaden Ford. All the way. He's starting to turn it on. After a sluggish start, 3 birdies, last 4 holes, following those opening bogeys. Here's Phoenix Campbell from Australia. This the 5th hole.
Plays slightly uphill.
Wow.
Oh, nearly jars it.
So he'll get it to 3 under. Yeah, their birdie runs out there, Frank. You know that. Back with our final 3 ball. There's Randy Bintang. This is his 3rd Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. Good way to follow along is at aacgolf.com. Up to date with the latest news from the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. You can also follow on Instagram, on X, and on Facebook. Lots of information to keep you where you need to be if you love the amateur game and you want to find out about some new, fresh faces that are sure to make an impact on the sport. Fukuzumi here at the 4th.
Trying to pay off that lovely tee shot.
Oh, man.
You can't believe that went right. mountains to his right. Should have gone the other way. Now back at the second.
Bintang.
Used a lot of loft from just off the green there.
Seen a few players do that, Frank, where you might think it's a bump and run, but they've elected to go upstairs with it.
That would be my one criticism for some of the younger players. I mean, they take the hardest shot and the Hollywood shot, you might want to say. The spinning wedge, there's a lot easier ways.
Back in your day, Frank, you'd have just used your mashie and lagged it right up there.
True, or the niblick. Well, when you're just off the green though, and you're choosing one of your most lofted wedges, and you still have wet conditions, there's just too many variables.
I think the rain is changing their thinking, that if it were dry, they might bump it.
No, we've seen that. We saw the same shot being applied on Thursday and Friday, so they're sort of almost not adapting to the conditions on that.
Nakano.
I actually agree with Frank. I mean, the younger generation, they go to the chipping green and they take one club and it's their 60 degree. Look at this, another slow one for Nakano coming up the hill as the rain really starts to come down.
He's been aggressive with his putts, and another good one there. Touch is good, nerve where it needs to be.
Yeah, 2 easy pars to start.
Oozes intensity. A high-level player.
And once again, just tap it in. There's no mark, reclean the ball. That has to be singled out. I
agree.
I love that.
Keep it moving. They're hustling. All right, now Wenyi Ding.
It'll be interesting to see. These guys are going to have about 3 holes left, I would say, today before it gets dark. But if they adjust to how short the golf ball is going right now, because every single one of them with their approach shots has come up short these first 2 holes.
Just to clarify, he was the first male from China to win a USGA championship. Also of note, we mentioned he won the Southern Am this year. You know who else won the Southern Am? A man who would absolutely love what's going on here. Bobby Jones. Ben Crenshaw, Masters champion, twice won it as well. Wenyi going 3-1-0 for the international team in the Arnold Palmer Cup. That was played at Lahinch in Ireland. He is an accomplished player. Okay, here we are at the 4th, and Maruo from Japan, Ryo Maruo. Hold the line. Yeah.
And yet another Japanese player in the thick of it. Now back at 2.
Par putt for Bintang.
Nicely done.
That is large.
It is showing his mettle in the early going, Randy Bintang. Has been an unrelenting rain here throughout the day. Leaders going to the 3rd hole. It's par 5, Frank.
It is. In these wet conditions, they're going to need 2 of their best to try and reach this par 5 and 2. 549 playing closer to 570, 580 yards. No one is going to get it past that right bunker. So 2 woods at best. And there's a good bunker about 60 yards short of the green on the right that has to be avoided if you want to position your second shot. But still, it's the best opportunity they've had in the opening 3 holes for a birdie. Big green, perched up a little, and especially with a hole cut front left. But it is one hole where Wenyi Ding has failed a birdie this week. Matter of fact, Wenyi Ding has played the first 6 holes 1 over. The rest of the golf course, he's owned.
Nakano on the tee.
Frank, I'd have to think with these conditions, this has got to be a 3-shot hole. Maybe get it up there 20 or 30 yards short of the front.
He didn't hold back, Colt.
That is headed at that right bunker. Not sure it has enough to get to it, though. Oh, wow.
That's a long way back.
Ball is just going nowhere right now. I think I could hear my tee shot land in these conditions.
Now, if you watch closely with Ding, the first foot or two of the take back, he'll watch the club. So the head will rotate with the club going back and then return to look back with the ball. That's sort of one thing I noticed last year with Wenyi. Little counter rotation.
Well, it sure comes out of the middle of the club face quite often.
No issues.
He has a demonstrated command of his golf ball.
There's zero panic, isn't there? There's
centered.
He said to Amanda, just conserve my energy. I need to eat, need to drink.
Well, he's on top of his game. Cooper Moore at the 4th hole.
Tidy looking player, just 16 years of age. One of the few to brave the shorts in these conditions.
That's an excellent shot. Moore with a chance to get it to 6 under par.
Ooh, this one leaking a little right. Not sure it's going to cover those trees. It actually spit out in the fairway, guys, but that is a long ways back.
3-shotter in any event. Through a steady rain, some of the best amateurs in the Asia Pacific region are getting after it. Textbook.
Wenyi Ding, so close last year, lost in the three-way playoff. Yeah, like the United Nations of golf out there. Those two could probably solve the world's problems. Great to see. And the 2025 amateur invitees, nearly all of them already sewn up. US Met Amateur champion Evan Beck, he was the last in there. Runner-up of the US Amateur, well, they'll make the spot, but Jose Luis Ballester, that is an absolute force for the future. And Colt, you were there for the US Amateur Championship. You were very impressed with Ballester.
Oh my goodness, was I ever. I mean, the ceiling is so high for that guy. It's just effortless power, cruises at 190-mile-an-hour ball speed. It is going to be fun to watch him. But I think that's the future of this game, Frank. They all just absolutely send it.
Yeah, I got to applaud Colt. I mean, he's still very much involved with the amateur game. And I know you play on a regular basis, so you're very much in touch with the direction the game is heading. So they forge their way up the third.
So back to rainy Japan. Colt following Wenyi Ding along with Rintaro Nakano and Randy Bintang. Rohizama Malaysia is now at 6 under par. Early stages of the third round, though late on a Saturday. We had that 6.5-hour delay on Friday. Rain and fog. Just can't escape it. Also in the mix is Cooper Moore. It's a birdie putt here at the 4th. 16 years old from New Zealand. And here is Rohizam, 4th shot here at this par 5 third.
Just coming into this front bunker. There's a nice and compact with all this rain.
Okay.
No room to move.
Definitely a 3-shotter here at 3rd today.
Oh yeah, Bintang going to give it all he got just to get up there and try to have a wedge in. But that is going to be at least 140 yards left.
He's still smiling.
I'll echo that, Frank. In the 4 years I've been covering this championship, I don't think I've ever seen any sign of anger from any player in the field.
It's good to hear. Across to the 4th. 3 Zhao now to get to 5 under. And does. So starting to see a little congestion now on that leaderboard. Nice bounce backs.
You can make some hay at 3 and 4. Par 5 third. And the 4th short par 3. Now Shen. Ooh, a lot of sizzle on that.
Center cut is Windy Ding. But a long way from home here.
Adjusted with the uphill, Frank, it's around 290 yards to the hole location. I just don't think that's doable in these conditions.
And just 2 par 5s at the Taiheiyo Club this hole and the 18th. Only 1 par 4 under 400 yards.
I think one thing that'll be interesting to watch, Frank, and I know they are extremely young, but Ding and Nakano have had to be up extremely early Friday, Saturday, and will once again tomorrow. So it's been long days for these two.
It's a good point, isn't it? First tee off time was around 6:30.
But Colt, these two are so experienced. You would think they know how to handle it.
Yes, I agree. They do know how to handle it, but it takes a toll. Getting up at 4:30, 5 o'clock every single morning, walking in this wet grass, it's not easy, but hey, the reward at the end is worth it.
And with more, let's bring in Amanda.
Yeah, just to add on to that, remember when I talked to Wen Yi Ding, I asked him how his energy levels were, and he said they're very low. He has not been sleeping well. I said, is that jet lag, or are you amped up over what could possibly be a phenomenal week for you? And he said, both. So it's the jet lag, it's the nerves, it's knowing what's on the line, and it's all about learning how you can use the energy you do have, because days like this are just really long.
Rohizam stays at 6 under par. He's just 18 years old, plays college golf at Missouri University of Science and Technology in the U.S. And now Sunghyun Ahn of Korea. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. Japan, Malaysia, China, Indonesia, Korea, New Zealand, right on top of that leaderboard. A good round to start for Sunghyun Ahn. And still leading, Rintaro Nakano.
290 up the hill. I think if he can get in that front greenside bunker, Frank, it wouldn't be too bad of a leave. The one thing you got to avoid is that short right one that's about 40 yards short.
Didn't back off, but I think he needs that and a lot more.
Oh, wow, that went a long ways. That's a great leave.
That's hole high. 2 big hits.
Powerful, generates a ton of speed.
We're coming up to Wen Yi-ding now.
Pretty much the same yardage. He never tries to overswing. I love that, but it's going to take a big one to get there.
Come out of it.
Oh, this is well right. This needs to cover that bunker.
All right,
got
and
away
it's
with it.
up.
Rich, it's about coming up to 4:30 local time here. Just to give people at home. They stopped yesterday at 5:23, so a little less than an hour left of play.
So par 5, and Nakano in good position, maybe to get it to 8 under par as we continue from Gotemba in Japan.
Two big hits from Nakano to get the ball hole high on this par 5. So an excellent chance to get to 8 under if he can get it up and down. Wen Yi-ding, his second shot. One more look. Very centered at the top of the ball. Club face perhaps just coming a little late, trying to force it up the hill. One of the few players actually with a Varden grip. Seen a lot of interlocking grips this week. Just see. Just a little late. Try to save it with the hands. I think the right miss, though, to be fair to him, is better than the left. His course management has been very good. But he has played this par 5 twice so far and has yet to birdie it. I don't want to be too hopeful, but conditions appear to be improving. We're starting to get close to seeing Mount Fuji, fog dissipating. So fingers crossed, hopeful to get as much golf in as we can today. Across to the fourth. Calvin. Very gettable today. These players normally good with short irons. Great shot from Calvin. Got that one to stick nicely.
The rain's stopping and players are going here. Randy Bintang.
That's a gap wedge from 115, and that was not a good swing. This is going to be short and left.
Yeah, that is the worst shot we've seen him hit, but it also shows you how much power Randy's given away.
Past champions here. So from Korea, 2009, the inaugural Asia Pacific Amateur Champion, and then the great Hideki Matsuyama winning back-to-back. Had a chance actually for 3 in a row, didn't he, Frank?
He certainly did. And that was beaten by a 14-year-old. I know we keep rubbing that in, but it was the reason why Hideki stayed amateur for one more year. CT Pan was also involved in that. Right. Actually, it took one too long. Had to hit 2 woods to the final hole and got it up and down. Made a 5-footer to beat a star-studded field. Curtis Luck, Yushin Lin. We've had some great champions.
4th hole. Wang Gai Shen from Hong Kong.
This hole, beautiful little hole, 142, down 13. A little pond at the front here. It's so cute, but you've got to be careful of it.
All right, Cole, what's Wen Yi looking at here?
This is very doable, I would say. It is coming off a little bit of a downslope. I do think he's got to put some air under it, open that club face a little bit. Good news is for him, the greens are extremely soft.
He's got to pitch it short or land it on the putting surface.
No, I think he can land this on the putting surface, Frank. Needs to go. Didn't really expect it to make a ball mark from that distance.
How about the power on Nakano? We'll see him in just a moment. Now to the fourth, then Rohizam.
Just a single shot behind.
Oh, hold on.
Big mistake.
Oh, wow. That is wet, Frank.
Huge mistake to come up short.
Bintang playing his fourth. Might be Nakano playing his third. But he'd demonstrate some juice on that second shot.
That was a monster thrower, but you got to get this one up and down.
Great technique. He is the total package, Frank.
Nicely done. You have power, you have touch.
Something
Frank,
about Nakano. Go ahead, Cole.
Frank and Rich, I would say looking back, I mean, he took Wednesday off because his wrist was sore. That might benefit him later on this week.
Good point. Yeah, Bintang trying to get this up and down just to salvage a par.
Par fives are very gettable out here. Cannot afford to drop a shot.
She overplayed it, went for the parachute. It's always harder to try and play that shot off wet turf.
We saw Enrique de Mayuga of the Philippines make double at the first. See if he can start to battle back. Here is the sixth hole. Get there and get in. De Mayuga trying to make the climb back into contention. Cooper Moore now at the fifth.
From the back edge.
Fellow plane competitor.
Trying to help him out.
Yeah, help him out. Get down. Grow some teeth. All right, Wen Yi Ding now, birdie putt.
Going to be slow to start. Then at the last 10 feet, it'll move left and pick up some speed. Just never got it high enough.
So good chance now for Nakano to stretch that lead to 2, but well, that was costly. Third shot now, Rohizam at the par 3.
Lovely play, the low spinner.
Beautiful. Yeah, great technique, wasn't it, Frank?
Yeah, that's the shot they are good at. That's the one they practice, as Colt was referring to.
All right, back third now, and a par putt here, Colt, for Bintang.
Was up to the challenge at the last, but this one very similar in length, right around 10 feet. Going to move to his right.
He's not done.
Kelvin C at the fourth, this to get to 4 under. Beautiful. Gets that drop shot back. And now the bogey putt for Bintang.
From my angle, looks every bit of 3 feet. Ooh, nice catch.
chance now for a 2-shot lead, but Nakano will have to wait. Ding for par first.
Just no tension anywhere in his game, Frank. It's all very relaxed, composed. See it in the way the hands are on that putter. See it in the tempo of his full swings. And now Nakano to get to 8 under. Bintang touched 8 under early in round number 2 and then fell back.
Giving this a lot of respect. Nearly paced that out with his feet. Looked a little peculiar.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that move was there, Frank.
Heads up to 4. Used his power nicely.
8 under going to the gettable par 3 4th, and that's where we find Roazam trying to salvage a bogey after hitting it in the water. Ball spun back off the front of the green. Good work, good head on his shoulders. Stays composed.
The group in front has been given warning because of slow play. So for your group, you need just keep the pace with them. All right, thank you.
Being told to pick up pace, Frank.
Yeah, just keeping on it, which is good. So just because they're in the final group, they're not treated any differently to anyone else in the field. There's the walk up the hill to the 4th tee. They've gone down to a forward tee. Water very much the issue here. We've seen that already in play. So despite the fact they've shortened it up, some of the players that have tried to get a little greedy have come unstuck. The left miss, left short, left flag high, not the place to be. Still a good opportunity. Very picturesque hole.
Pretty trees here too, Frank. I know that's the trend in modern architecture, is to take down the trees. Not here, thankfully. Not a single tree at next year's U.S. Open venue, Oakmont. They took the oak out of Oakmont.
They did. That changed very much from the 90s.
Where you were in contention.
Nakano, just 20 years of age, his second appearance. He's grown so much in just 12 months. And choice of 2 clubs, Cole.
Yeah, I'd have to think he's stuck between wedge and 9-iron here, Frank. Just got to be careful with that spin with this penalty area short.
You'd like to think takes the longer one of the 2. Playing 13 yards downhill. Oh, whatever it was the right one.
He has a ton of pop in his game.
Rain not bothering him.
Physical player, not unlike Hideki Matsuyama. It's that profile. Now Wenyi Ding, see if he can respond here.
Shoulders, knees, hips, all in the same line. Took a little off that. no issue.
Just a little more languid than Nakano.
He's doing the right things. First 4 greens in regulation.
See what Bintang does after the bogey at the par 5 third hole. He's at 5 under and 3 behind.
Lucky that it stayed up. Not his best.
Like so many kids introduced to the game by his father, and like a lot, just loved riding around on the golf cart. His dad let him go along for the ride. And favorite player growing up was Rory McIlroy. Big man from China, Wen Yiding, making his way to the 4th. And behind him, he is the leader, Rintaro Nakano of Japan. Rintaro Nakano of Japan. He is the 3rd hole. Used his power, Frank, to leave him this relatively easy chip shot.
The only player we've seen get it green high, chipped it down the hill to almost guarantee his birdie at this par 5. Opened up with 66, 67, and already now 8 under. We just saw this tee shot downhill. Plays about 130 yards. Give or take an inch. He might have just found another gear.
Power and precision, hoping to earn an invitation to the Masters and spot in the Open next year. Wen Yiding.
Already 2 back. And Merritt very well might be 3 back in a matter of minutes. He hadn't done anything wrong either, Rich.
Starting with 4 straight pars. Missed opportunities, though, at the 2 gettable holes, the 3rd and 4th. Now, Rohizam at the 5th.
Rich, beautiful golf hole going back up into the mountain. This Ramsar off an uphill lie here. This should spin some. Hoisted it way up in the air.
Look out.
Whoa.
That's a heck of a shot right there by Rizk Adam Roazam of Malaysia. Now Randy Bintang, Indonesia. Aggressive and a lot left. So Frank, we talked about the goal to win, earn an invitation to the Masters, spot in the Open. Japanese players go way back at the Open, don't they?
They certainly do. Actually, the first player to play in the Open was Tsumkichi Miyamoto. That was back in 1932. And we talk about this great championship. There's a little bit of serendipity. Miyamoto and a player called Melhorn, they defeated Bobby Jones and Burke in a match. And Bobby Jones actually had to sign a $5 note. And that $5 note is actually in the Japanese Golf Association Museum this very day.
Nakano to get it to 9 under and stretch that lead to 3. Oh, he lost it to the right. Yeah, that one might come back to haunt him a little bit on Sunday. We'll see.
A huge chance to pad the lead. Didn't even hit the hole.
They know how to do
waterproofs.
They know how to do rain gear over here.
Good par putt for Randy Bintang. Yeah, I think they almost invented rainwear over here. So just the 6 back at the par 5 for Randy. Apart from that, it's a pretty good start.
All right, how about the 5th hole, Frank?
Plays back up the hill. Just keep your eyes on that wooden area just past the left bunker. Because if you get a little ambitious there, those trees can block you out. Tree on the right certainly comes into play. So a lot of players are trying to keep it short of that 275 bunker. From there, play 6-7 yards uphill. We've already seen a lot of great approach shots here today because there's no wind. It's well protected by the trees around here. So very still.
Kelvin see this to get to 5 under at the 5th.
Beautiful setting up here, Rick. That's all surrounded this green by cedar trees. This is a difficult putt downhill left to right.
So despite the rain, still plenty of speed in these greens when you get above the hole.
When you look at the bunker, they're okay.
See the nice gentle rise up the 5th. The fairways are generous. You know, this one a good 50 yards in width.
Stellar shot from Roazam at the 5th to cash in now and get it to 6 under. Like to see it, Frank. Water at the 4th, and he rebounds with an excellent up and down to salvage a bogey there, and now follows it up with a birdie.
Good point. Back in the thick of things. Especially when you consider that missed opportunity for Nakano back at the 4th. A little bit of a wait. They're going to make their way across a small waterway. They play 5, 6, and 7, then go back on the other side of the golf course.
Frank, you went way back in golf history here in Japan. Country really received a huge boost when Torakichi Nakamura and Koichi Ono won the 1957 World Cup at Kasumigaseki here in Japan, which hosted the Olympic Games more recently. They beat, you mentioned Jones, they beat the legendary duo of Jimmy DeMeritt and Sam Snead by 9 shots.
9 shots.
And Nakamura won the individual competition at that World Cup by 7 over Gary Player. And the game really took off. The Japan Golf Tour, you've played events on the Japan Golf Tour. That was founded in 1973. And then 1980, America fell in love with Asao Aoki, who pushed Jack Nicklaus to the limit at the U.S. Open at Baltusrol, and then in '83 hold that wedge shot to win at Wailea.
And that resonated everywhere. Beat Jack Renner, who was waiting there in the scorer's hut. That wedge sold out within about a month. Everybody in Japan wanted the wedge that Asao Aoki used.
Nakano.
Straight back up the hill, playing extremely long right now. Rain really starting to come down. I can tell you those high-powered dryers they have right outside the clubhouse are going to be very popular in about an hour.
That's a good shot. 3-wood down the right side, so he kept the ball well short. The wooded area to 6.
Zhou. Okay. Very much in it. Now to his countryman, Wen Yiding.
Looks like he's going with 3-wood as well. It's 260 with the uphill to that left bunker. I don't think he has a clue where it went, guys. It's getting pretty dark out here.
He was looking for help. Won't need much of it because it's in a perfect spot. Just when you think we're getting a break, it comes back.
So you see how dark it is. That's it. The water's been illuminated by one of the scoreboards. It's actually the 6th green right next to this very tee. Bintang.
That too headed a little right, but should be okay.
Forecast does look better for tomorrow. Be a little bit cooler in the morning and then into the mid-70s, which is a slight chance of rain in the afternoon.
Is that a promise?
You're doing weather. You never promise on the weather. Sir. Fujisan, one of the sacred mountains here in Japan. Quite a backdrop for this 15th edition of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. And the home hero, Rintaro Nakano, is leading by 2.
Hopeful for about 30 more minutes of play. Crossed here to the 9th green. They blew the horn yesterday at 5:23. One of the local contingents. Kobayashi has a chance now to get to 3 under within 5 of his countryman. Got the rolly cap on right now. He'd like to go in the other direction. Greens are certainly still holding up, which bodes well. But the squelch factor increasing. Humidity. Still good playing in these conditions. They're both happy about it. It's amazing. They can, when you're that young, you still see the bright side of things. Glass is always half full at this age. Man can be proud of their man at the top so far. Referee keeping an eye on this final group.
Steady rain, fading light here on a Saturday in Japan. Just into the third round with all the delays of this 15th Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. There's the leader, Rintaro Nakano. And Bintang will be first to play.
And he's got his hand full here, guys. He has 176 yards, plays 186 up the hill, and coming out of the rough. He's going to have to get all this just to get it to the green.
Is that tree a little bit of an issue? Is he far enough back, Colt?
He's far enough back that I think he can get it over it, but it's got his attention. He's looking up. Ooh, just clipped the top of it. That's going to be a good 15, 20 yards short of the front of the green.
Nearing the top of the hour here in Gotemba. It's at the 60 miles southwest of Tokyo. We're at the base of Mount Fuji. Just on a really nice day. It's a glorious spot. Can't quite see it all today in the driving rain. It's the third round of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. It's 5 in the afternoon in Japan. We're 13 hours ahead of East Coast time in the United States. And we're watching the highest ranked player in the field. He's 5th in the World Amateur Golf Rankings. This is Wen Yiding of China.
And Frank, I know you want to play as few holes as possible tomorrow, but I would have to believe these are going to be the hardest conditions they see over the next 2 days. I might start slow playing it a little bit.
Hey, that's not very nice, Colt. I'd like to see him hit one in close. Not to be. It's going to be a long slog for them tomorrow. Golf course more than 7,000 yards. They're going to play close to 30 holes.
Frank, what's at the disposal of a player if you don't like the conditions necessarily? Maybe you can't see the way you'd like. What recourse do you have, if any at all?
You can call a rules official in like right now and say I can't see the flag, and you know it's not that objective. Right now, Nakano actually that tree is giving him a little bit of concern.
Yes, it is. 148 left. He's aiming way left, trying to hit a big high slice. And Frank, you just can't curve it with that wet rough right now. That's going to be way left.
So all of a sudden he's in problem on that left side, coming up short. Yeah, they don't want to be unfair with the conditions. If you can't see, especially putting as well, you're entitled to ask the rules official. You might actually be seeing that in the group ahead here, Rich. 6th hole goes back down the hill.
Like radio them and answer them because we've been waiting.
Yeah, they didn't feel comfortable with it. You'd have to assume, Frank, we're moments away. We still have some daylight, but
it's if they stopped it now, it would be 20 minutes shorter than what it was yesterday. And admittedly, the cameras, they do make it look brighter out there.
Their day will not be done, you know, when they put the clubs away, because we do have the gala tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a full night for all of them. Fortunately, the hotel where the players are staying is about 15 minutes away. So, and now, you know, Colt, I know you're out there. It's if you know the group in front has already stopped, you have an option. You can finish the hole out. But if he's not in an advantageous position, I'd actually probably just mark it and come back tomorrow.
Well, Frank, I don't think they have any clue that the group in front stopped. They've got so much going on right now between trying to stay dry, dealing with the umbrella, keeping the grips dry. They're going to keep playing on here.
When it's subjective, it's not like a horn is blown and everybody stops at the same time. So Bintang will play.
He's got a nice little 40-yard pitch here. Got to throw it all the way back there.
Good shot. So this is an important moment here for Bintang. If he can knock that in for par, you don't know, the leader Nakano is going to have to dig out his par. So maybe he drops a shot and Bintang would just be a couple back.
Well, they just heard the tee shots from the group over on 6, and they all kind of turned around a little shocked that they were still there.
So they would have asked the rules official if it's too dark. If they get a no, then they have to proceed.
He's got the horn ready to go.
He's getting the horn ready.
You know, Frank, for our American viewers back home, we compared this golf course to Sahali. I didn't know we were talking about the weather as well.
Seattle. There's certainly some rain out there. Yeah. So the players now have an option to finish this hole should they choose, or they can stop.
And it looks like Nakano's going to go ahead and play. He's got a really good lie. Oh, how good is this right here?
Exceptional. Lock in on that next putt. Remember, he missed a short one on the previous hole.
Well, he still has the option too now. He could mark it. So
what would you do?
Once again, you have a look at it. If you're not quite sure of the break, then you mark. But if it looks like there's enough light there, and cold on you, no, you're a lot closer. If there's no break, you just say knock it in. But if it's doubtful, mark it.
Frank, in my opinion, I would wait till tomorrow. With how hard it's raining right now, it's pretty dark. I mean, you can see, but it's still pretty dark out here. Come out in the morning, better conditions, smooth greens. I'm shocked to see Ding's going to go ahead and putt.
It's to get to 7 under. Good putt, Wenyi Ding. He'll tap. So all pars for Ding through 5 holes of the 3rd round. He'll come back out tomorrow.
Nakano is asking Bintang if he's going to go ahead. I have no clue why you'd hit this putt right now.
Colt, you're right. He's going to regret that. And now the same decision is for our leader, Taro.
So Bintang, 2 bogeys, 2 over, and there you go.
Prudent decision.
So Nakano will come back out tomorrow to hit that short putt for par. And then from there, weather permitting, these guys will play 31 holes for one of the biggest prizes in the amateur game. There's his coach, Gareth Jones, the Australian who's been the national team coach here for 8-9 years. There you go. That's what's left for Rintaro Nakano at that 5th hole. Just a short par putt. And every day they've been trying to get out there at 6:30 local time, depending on conditions.
And also every hole has to be prepared, so that might slow things down a little. We have both tees in operation.
It's a sizable Sunday. There's no question about it, given what's at stake. Invitation to the 2025 Masters, a spot in the 153rd Open at Royal Portrush, and as well the 130th Amateur Championship at Royal St. George's. Frank, just a quick thought as we head to Sunday.
Players have done well given the condition. There hasn't been any complaints. Have to applaud the decision of Nakano there. That's a cool hit. Perhaps the fact that he's played in tournaments all the way around the world. He has a little bit of experience that might just pay off come tomorrow.
We had a surprise a year ago. Don't forget when Jasper Stubbs came from 6 back to win in Australia. But the two favorites, certainly Nakano and Wen Yi Ding, although Roizam of Malaysia looked good the early portion of this, the 3rd round. Full day here in the shadow of Mount Fuji for Sellers Shy and Mike Crow leading all of the hardworking women and men in the truck and on the ground. Frank Nobilo, Colt Knost, Paul Gao, Amanda Balionis. I'm Rich Lerner saying so long for now from Gotemba, Japan, and the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship.